restart point for us. I hate this. I hate you, Bruno. Why do you keep destroying my runs? Please stop. Yeah, go on, Lugu. What kind of good food did you have over in New York then? Make me jealous while I'm on a diet. Because I'm a very hungry boy at the minute. Best pizza? God damn it! Not allowed pizza. Not allowed pizza. Ah!
Yakuza が偉そうに説教垂れてんじゃねえぞ。ほら。
I don't know how that first hit. Oh yes, please hit multiple. Oh. Okay, this is turning into a bad tutorial. We just gotta get past this part. I want that guy in rage, just stay down as much as possible if possible. It's bad I missed. He'll break out after that one. And I want him first because he's the worst one. Nice double. That saved this tutorial. Yeah, that double just saved this tutorial. Whew. Garlic knots, best cheesecake. That was that cheesecake you took a picture of, right? Best shawarma. Best shawarma. Sure. Falafels. What is a falafel again? I keep forgetting. Like, everybody keeps saying falafels, and it's like, I keep forgetting what a falafel actually is. I knew a friend whose online nickname was Falafel, and I'm fairly certain I asked him like multiple times. Impossible burger that actually wasn't made of meat and looked and tastes just like one. Ooh, I was gonna ask, because like, they're all the rage at the minute, because like, apparently they're really good. Quite interesting. If meat replacements are as good as that, you won't mind giving up meat entirely. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've been hearing a lot of good things about it. Like, I hear that there's so much, like, demand for it that they actually started, like, selling out, of it in places. Like, I think we have Impossible Burger over here. I'm fairly certain that was in a pub in my old town. A quick check whilst unskippable cutscenes are going on. If it wasn't the Impossible Burger itself, it was definitely like a variation of it. I think it's a Burger King, weirdly enough. I should try a Burger King again at some point. The last time I had a Burger King, I was a kid, and I absolutely hated it. Ah, fuck. Yeah, that's a bad tutorial. I accidentally did that a little too early. Hits. I was wondering there. I was really, like, delaying my hits just in case. I'll give this, like, an hour and a half of resets. I just want to get past Bruno. If we can get past Bruno, we probably have a run. But we'll see. I'm also just not in the mood for constant resets today. So, if this does fail, we'll go to Yakuza 3.
What?
What? Love you, Bacchus.
Yeah. Hey. What? No.
I hit the button! I hit the button. Can't lie to me. Have his like deep fried ball or patty made with chickpeas or beans. Ah. Lots of spices and sometimes on pita bread like a shawarma. Ah, okay. Man, pita bread is real nice. I haven't had any for ages, but obviously I haven't been able to have curry with the whole fucking gastroenteritis. Yep, that's not the button I wanted to do, thanks. Damn it. This one might be a wash as well. Cool. Right. Alright, let's go see Bruno again. I mean, we've got to go to Dojima HQ first, but let's go see our Bruno again. Right, hopefully no enemy spawn. If there is, that's probably game over. Okay, good. Probably never tastes exactly like you didn't mind trading it if it's that good. Well, that's decent then. That's a good shout. Like, it's never gonna replace, like, the real thing. Have you ever had Quorn? Quorn. The chicken, like, substitute that's supposed to be like chicken. Because I've had Quorn before and it never, like, not even, like, texture-wise, like, held a candle to it. It was just, had it every day because you're addicted to it. I can't judge. Like, the amount of times I got lazy during university and just had Subways every night. Can't judge in the slightest. It did look good. It did look good. Never had it, fair enough. It's very expensive.
Hey.
It's very expensive and in my opinion, not that good.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, good to hear that Phantom of the Opera was good. Shame you didn't buy the kilogram of Kit Kats. I would have. I would have no self-restraint. Ah, Bruno. Wait for a shocker for you. I then made a messy luggage. Oh, that sucks. That's a shame. I'd have made room, less than close behind just for chocolate. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is a lot of chocolate though. Like, what the hell? How big were those Kit Kats? Or were they just a lot of them in a bag? Come on, Bruno. Can't get behind him. Got it. He's not dead. Bruno's not dead. Bruno, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Bruno, you're supposed to be dead. Alright, we got past Bruno. Just fucking keep kicking Bruno on the ground. Fuck you, Bruno. Piss off and don't come back. I don't want to see you again tonight. Get out of here. I'm glad we got past Bruno.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
God, I love Zero soundtrack. Alright, let's go see that lone shark at last. I don't want to go this one, it's the next one. So, the nice thing is, you can see via the subtitles at the bottom that there's a shakedown going on to the right. There's probably going to be an enemy spawn somewhere around here because of that. Not here, thankfully. That's good. So we can cut straight through. And go straight to the office. Nice. Basically, you want to be careful there. If there is a set enemy spawn like early, like there was there, there's a high chance that there's going to be an enemy spawn like on the way to this building. If you don't actually like hear any enemy spawns or you don't see any enemy spawns, then there's also a chance it'll be on the way. So you just have to react accordingly. There is a spawn in between that alleyway, unfortunately. That's the only time that we'll ever see it, thankfully, but it can happen. That's real bad. Hey Daya, hope you're doing good. Right, so first of all, what we want to do in here is we want to run straight to the guy with the bin and do a heat attack. Should hopefully keep the other two in the corner. To get both hit by that. And again, as I said earlier, if you don't get the full 3 light combo off before you get the strong in, it doesn't kill the enemy. So that's a waste of time. So we get a random pager. That is actually Nishiki. We need to go find another payphone. So we're going to use the other telephone here. So the 10k yen vending machine there. In the console version of Yakuza 0, it was worth it for us to try and roll that, because the 10k yen vending machine and the 1 million yen vending machine will both have a chance, I believe it's 1 in 16 for the 10k and 1 in 13 for the million yen, of getting an item from them that we need. There's basically a whole bunch of different items, and like there's 16 in the 10k, 13 in the 1 mil, and essentially in the next chapter we're going to need a few items. That's a very weird fight spawn. I've never had one there, and I'm very glad I went and used the paper. For once. Fight spawns are going to be a little bit of a problem for a while. There's a lot of them about today. We're going to the convenience store real quick because we need to grab some of those aforementioned items. We need to grab ourselves a malt and a sweet potato shochu. My head went blank for a second there. This is the only place to be able to get a sweet potato shochu. It's not the only place to get a malt, but while we're here we might as well grab it. The reason why we're doing it in this chapter and not the next chapter is because the lady there in the shop, she actually becomes a semi-sub-story / friend event in the next chapter. So she'll actually get a lot more dialogue and basically waste a whole bunch more time. There is another opportunity to get it from that convenience store if you have missed it and messed up, but that will be in the next chapter. And now we're starting our first big set piece of the game. Nice and early. I mean, most of the Yakuza games do have a big set piece near the start of it. Most of them. So, what we're going to do is going to grab the table and hopefully hit everybody in the room. I'm going to go over here and get hit, grab a vase. I'm going to go to my abilities. I'm going to upgrade Brawler with Power Surge 1. Hello. I don't have the money yet. I lied. I forgot it was after this room because you want the vases because they are expensive. This guy is aggro. He keeps knocking my combos up, so I'm going to take him down real quick. The expensive urn is getting us a bunch of money as well, so there we go. Now we go into Brawler. We get Power Surge 1. focus on Yaneda first. Get him out of here. Counter is good. Door opens when you dealt with everybody. Keep them together. So because I'd hit him multiple times at this point, I had the ability to be able to just get past him. So we're going to try kicking the dude while he's on the ground. And then the full... Oh, I just missed. Damn. Hey, Dane. Hope you're doing well. Sorry if I mispronounced your name there. Do correct me if I'm wrong. With Yaneda when he's on the ground, and we want to run forward here, specifically because we have the heat to be able to do this heat move, but also because you want to spawn in the next set of enemies. Make sure you don't fail the QT here. Basically, once you... There's, like, the 3 enemies, like, the guy with the couch and these 2 here. And then there's a few more that spawn in. We get automatically teleported after we've beaten all the enemies in this area, so spawning these in to save a little bit of time really helps. Now, remember when I said earlier that you needed the full light into square combo to deal with them? You don't, because we now have power surge. Again. Let's try this once more. Odeon? Okay, cool. Wow, Yaneda is literally going hard today. Huh. Sometimes Yaneda doesn't actually be this aggressive, but he is today. That's fine. So, remember this set of stairs for the finale? Here, we have to beat the enemy. He will go down because he's rolling down the stairs. But later on in the game, when we come back to this particular set of stairs, we don't have to kill the enemies on it. But you do this one, so... There you go. So the nice thing is, a lot of them group up here, so we might be able to get them multiple. That was a good hit. Shame I swung him around a little bit. I could have had the both of them together. That would have been really good. That was decent, at least. So, Yaneda, round 2. Or, yeah, round 2? Yeah, round 2. He has a knife now. If you start off with a combo, you can literally just start, like, completely dealing with him and bouncing him off the walls and floors. Make sure you hit him once so it causes him to do an attack. And then do a hit attack. That should deal with him. He's busy. Yeah, the fighting in these games is absolutely amazing. You'll be seeing a lot of downtime. This is just the game's first big set piece. The Yakuza games always have a lot of set pieces, and they're really good. TLDR on why everyone hates Kiryu at the minute. Kiryu was a part of the Yakuza, specifically the Tojo clan in Kamurocho. He was doing some normal, you know, low-level grunt work, so he was going to collect money off of a guy. He did it in this empty lot, and the guy who he was collecting money off of turned up dead. Now, Kiryu didn't kill the guy. Damn it, Kuzei. So, in order to kind of save face for the family and also find out why he's been set up, Kiryu came here to basically get out of the Yakuza and become a civilian. But Kuzei here is not happy about that. Now he's in his heat mode, so I've got to be a little careful. I haven't been able to get him on his front. This is weird. Yeah, I always knew I was going to take that out, Kuzei. Right, decent Kuzei fight. Like that. It is kind of a prequel to all the games, but it's actually the best place to start in the series at the minute. Like, it's a prequel, but there's nothing that requires any previous Yakuza knowledge. Is that gold? Ooh, that's a sub 20 gold. Yo. That's actually a really good chapter 1. Yeah, sure. Why not? I don't know what I just overwrote, but okay. Thumbs up. It's actually a very, very good gold. That's kind of crazy. I haven't been able to gold my chapter 1 for a very long time. So yeah, basically, the head of the Dojima family, who Kuze there is a lieutenant for, basically came along and said, you know, what the hell are you doing? Kiryu's now a civilian because you unironically agreed to those terms. So Kiryu gets to save his pinky. And now we're going to have to go to our old KAZAMA family and say, you know, we left, blah, blah, blah. Say what happened. Old bro, or still bro, but our old KAZAMA family, Kyodai, Nishiki, is going to be all sad and... That's Kashiwagi. Kashiwagi is the boss. He's not the boss, but he is the boss. This lad is... You'll see him later. He's terrifying. I love Kashiwagi. Hey, big boss. Are you doing good? Right, so... Here comes the unfortunate part. We now get introduced to a mechanic that was introduced in Yakuza 0. You can see him. He's rather large. He goes by the name of Mr. Shakedown. Now, there isn't just one Mr. Shakedown, there's about 4. But for the specifics of this runs for now, this is Mr. Shakedown. So, this is a tutorial on Mr. Shakedown and why the fact that he's a raid boss. This lad's going to be walking around Kamurocho now. There is a... Nice. Did it. Thank you. There is a very quick way to get past this tutorial fight. It's to grab him, get knocked down, let him throw you, stand up, do it again. Notice we're losing our money on the right. Nice. And it transitions you automatically. That is... It's not the fastest way to do Shakedown. Shakedown has a grab himself, where he'll just grab you by the neck, and he'll just choke you out instantly. The trouble is, that move is so rare. Like, hyper rare. Like, it just never happens. It's quicker to just do the consistent way that I just did, rather than try and get that throw to come out. But that Shakedown, because it's tutorial, you don't actually lose any money that you have. However, as of now, he's now waltzing around the map of Kamurocho. Or in a second, he'll be waltzing around it. But he's basically a big giant raid boss. Yeah, his whole stick is that he wants to get stronger, so he's beating up people and shaking them down for money, so that he can invest that money into ways to get stronger. Etc. You know, as you do. This is 80s Japan. So, this is during the bubble period. This is when money is, like, being flung about literally everywhere. It's such a neat representation. It's such a neat, like, a concept isn't the word I want to use, but kind of, it's a unique setting for a game, because, like, you just don't get, like, any games that deal with, like, the big, massive bubble period. And, like, find a way to integrate it into gameplay, because, like, the way that you level up in Yakuza 0 is different to how you level up in any other Yakuza game, in that you use the money that you get and you put it in yourself to level you up. It's super weird, but it's amazing. Money in the speedrun is important. Very, very important. We need a certain set of, obviously, abilities to go fast. You'll be seeing one of them real damn soon. So about those items that we need to grab confectionery gift box, which isn't actually for this chapter, but the sake is. The confectionery gift box is for chapter 5, but you can get it now ahead of time. So you don't have a map marker to tell you where to go at the minute, so you're supposed to talk to those 2 NPCs we just passed and get led on a merry goose chase around Kamurocho. However, if you go, that's a fight spawn. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, we're fine. if you basically just go straight to the point where you're supposed to go, which is right here, then you can just skip a whole load of like running around and just get straight on with it. I'll talk about fight aggro in a second, but this is Miss Tatsu. She's collecting a debt. This is Bacchus. Bacchus is one of our move tutors. Miss Tatsu is another. Say hello to Kiryu's second revelation and his third, and in the run, final fighting style. Say hello to Beast. It is insanely strong. Watch this. That is the one specific move we need a lot of money for. But that's not the reason that Beast is powerful, because we won't be getting that move until Chapter 10, in about 3 hours' time. Hey, Ice Cream, you doing good? Hey, Patchy, you also doing good? So, allow me to show you why Beast is overpowered, and you can take this straight into Legend difficulty. I'm not even joking. I don't recommend it. Like, I have done Legend speedruns with base HP, which is terrifying. Don't ever do that. You can do that, but don't ever do that. But the game's now going to teach us about Beast. So, here's a bunch of people who are about to get the jump from Miss Tatsu. Change the Beast. We're going to do the tutorials, so we're going to specifically go over here. You have to use a new weapon each time. That's why I'm staying in this corner to grab these and then kick them away. Also with the hope that they will actually aggro. They didn't. Now we have to do a guarding tutorial, so we have to get hit 5 times. This is why I wanted somebody to aggro if possible. Now with Beast Guard, you can see you can guard from any direction. Which is nice. Come on. This is why Beast is overpowered. We're going to get Power Surge 1, which is obviously damage, but that's not the damage. Neither is Heat Retention damage 1. It's this. It's Golden Fist. Boost the power of your attacks when in heat mode at the second and third bar. More specifically, when you're maxed out. Which now means that we're one-shotting enemies when we're at max heat. If that wasn't impressive enough, just wait about 30 seconds. So, you can legit, with Beast, just go straight into Legend with Golden Fist and have more than enough damage to be able to complete the game on Legend. That's why Golden Fist wasn't in Yakuza Kiwami. Because it's fucking overpowered. The Yakuza devs are very, very good at knowing what is overpowered after the games come out, and to either nerf it or get rid of it completely. Like, Beast gets a big old nerf in Kiwami, but it's still good for hilarious reasons. So, Golden Fist also works with heat moves. Allow me to demonstrate. That poor lad is not walking again. Also, he just gave us 5.6 million. Yep. So, for the speedrun, the only style you will see used for Kiryu, in fights specifically, is Beast. Because Beast is literally disgustingly overpowered. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a cakewalk, because you'll see later, we don't get any HP upgrades. We specifically do not get any upgrades to any defensive actions, to HP, or anything like that, which makes certain late game stuff a little scary. Which is another reason why I love these games. Why I love the speedruns of these games as well. The speedruns of these are much like challenges. Like, you intentionally, like, kind of have, like, low-level stuff. You intentionally don't get too much stuff. As of right now, sub-stories on the map. You see those two on the right, that corner? That's a sub-story. So, we're going to be avoiding that corner for the most part. There's some exceptions to that rule, such as when we have NPC partners with us. Certain points in the game as well will also remove sub-stories. I know each and every single one in my head. I know the position of sub-stories in about 5 or 6 Yakuza games off the top of my head. Every single one. And their triggers. You'd think that it would be kind of hard to remember it all, and sometimes I'll make a mistake, but not all the time. Like, I'll make a mistake when we do Yakuza Kiwami next week, because it's been so long since I played Yakuza Kiwami. But yeah, it's interesting. Beast is the yellow one. Brawler is blue. And Rush is pink. And similarly for you-know-who, Slugger is yellow, Breaker is pink, and Thug is blue. And obviously, there is the special styles, which we don't go into in the run, because it would take literally about 10 hours to unlock them both. So we now need to go see the Homeless Man. We're going to go up to this Crossroads of Vincent. It's the worst crossroad in the game because it has a high enemy spawn, which it did. Please walk away. It did. Yes. It saw us. That's fine. I'm going to get my stamina back and then run. Okay, that's good. So let me talk about enemy aggro and the way that it works in this engine. You can have one set of enemies aggroed onto you at any given point in time. Oh, we had to speak to them to spawn the NPCs that we need to speak to coming up in a second, that we're getting all the alcohol for. The enemy aggro works like this. You can only have one set of enemies aggroed onto you at a time. So, let's say you've got Shakedown walking towards you down a street, and there's an enemy spawn before it. What you can do, we need the Scotch whiskey from this place. What you can do is... There's a bug in the PC version for some reason you can't scroll up the menu. You can in the console version, but load times are ridiculous in the console version. But like I was saying, you can only have one set of aggro on you at a time. So, say you see Shakedown coming, you can intentionally aggro a different set of enemies to be able to get past Shakedown. Because Shakedown will not aggro onto you. I want champagne. There's champagne and there's gold champagne. So, the difference between champagne and gold champagne, there is no difference. You can give either of them to the homeless man that we're about to give it to. There's no, like, quicker text. There's no extra added benefit. The only difference is that giving him the gold champagne will give you either a trophy or a Steam achievement. That's it. So here's Bacchus again. Oh, no, not yet. Oh, I thought Bacchus was here. Oh, no, yeah, I remember. I'm stupid. There's chapter 5. So, we're basically gathering info on a Tachibana real estate. Tachibana is the guy who helped Kiryu out at the end of chapter 1. When we left the Dojima family. Or when we left the Tojo, I should say. So as you can see, we're looking for people who have worked for Tachibana real estate, which is every single one of them. So, they're not going to give us info unless we give them a little something in return, which is why I went and got all the alcohol ahead of time. That is the most optimized route of getting alcohol. Considering that, obviously, if we were to go to get the malt and the sweet potato shochu from the Popo on Tenkaichi right now, we'd have a big long conversation because of the sub-story. Or the friend event. So we'll just give all of our alcohol over. Again, if we didn't speak to the homeless guy over by West Park, then we wouldn't have had these guys spawn in. I have made that mistake once or twice in the past. Hurts a lot when you forget them. So there's the sake that we picked up. And finally, champagne. And there we go. How do I feel about locker keys? I like locker keys. Like, they usually have good stuff in them. And it's nice to be able to go and have a little search around for them. Alright, so they basically say they were at the Hakua building, which was the building we went into a little earlier. Then they're going to tell us where to find a member of Tachibana Real Estate, which is the Champion District, which is on the other side of town. So we're going to go and taxi over there. Keep bumping into people, of course. So we're going to go to Park Boulevard East. I keep forgetting. It's the trouble. This is the trouble that I have the most with the different Yakuza games. Is the taxi list is always different. That's the worst part. taxi list is always different. So we have to be very careful when going down this road, because you can see on the minimap there's like a person icon there. Shakedown. Cool. Cool. But you see the little person icon? That is actually Komoji, one of our masters. If we get anywhere close on that street, and I mean anywhere close, like it's got a massive radius to it, then we'll get sucked into a very long, unskippable scene, which would essentially end the run. Like, literally, it's that long. So, these guys aren't taking no for an answer, so we're just gonna have to beat them up, unfortunately. You can sometimes, very exceptionally rarely, get them in one combo, but it's very, very rare. It's usually two. Any more than two combos, and you've got a problem. So, as far as your health goes, you don't have to worry about your health at all, for the most part. You will get healed at the end of every chapter, bar one, which is the finale. So basically, you will be going from a boss into the finale, with barely any breathing space. So when you get to that point, you have to be exceptionally careful about the damage that you've taken. We'll be picking up a safety heal at one point, just in case, but we shouldn't need it. So we're going to leave via the same taxi that we used to get here. That will more than likely get us into a fight on the way there. There's usually a high chance of a fight spawn in the Champion District. I didn't mention about fight spawns in that there are multiple different fight spawns. You can have the normal 3 people walking around, which you've seen, which basically, like, aggro alerts onto you. You can have the solo guy, which is this guy. I need to bump into him for him to aggro onto me and get alerted by that. And then you can also have the people who are being picked on. So you'll see like the subtitles at the bottom of the screen going, oh, blah, 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 gonna take your money. That guy, right there. Variation of the solo guy, there is drunks. So you can walk around and find drunks stumbling around. If you knock into them, they'll also aggro onto you. Stay to the right here so you don't activate Pocket Circuit, then go to the left so you don't activate a sub-story that's there. Pocket Circuit is the one to be very careful of, because Pocket Circuit uses up about a minute and a half of time. No fight spawn here, there's one ahead of us. Usually means there could be one here, but we're good. You have to be... the nice thing is, like, fight spawns... There's never too many fight spawns, like, around each other. So, when you know how they work and how they operate, you can kind of tell, you know, okay, if there's no fight spawn here, there's clearly going to be one ahead. Or if I saw a fight spawn earlier, I might have a little bit of trouble when I go around this corner, etc. So, obviously a lot of what I'm doing is keeping an eye out for certain enemies, like spawns, etc. And then deciding via that as to where the next enemy spawn's going to be. Okay, so I just left us a little surprise in a bunch of real estate men, quote unquote. So we're gonna knock into them and hopefully almost take this guy out. You don't need to grab the electric baton, and it's actually a little slower in some cases. Certain attacks that Kiryu does will hit enemies on the ground. So, like, the last hit of a normal light combo for Beast will do a downwards hit that will hit people on the ground. You can also, obviously, do a triangle strong attack on people on the ground. You can also, if you have heat, hold L2 so that you don't use a heat move. And you can also have, obviously, a heat move. You'll be seeing me do heat moves on a person on the ground in Chapter 6. Okay, so Oda can go literally one of two ways, left or right. We want him to go left. It's a little random. If he goes right, we're going to lose a few seconds. Essentially, the right side of the room, as we're facing it, has a whole bunch of small chairs. Their damage and attack patterns aren't great. On the left is a bunch of couches, who are two-handed weapons, so their damage is massive, and they have good attacks that can knock and stun Oda. Or at least knock him on his ass, so that we can get more hits in. The nice thing is, all the couches on the left as well have 4 hits to them. What that means, basically, nice, very good, is that you can do a normal combo and then a heat attack for massive amounts of damage. Then you can build back up to your level 3. Ah, damn. I was hoping he wouldn't do that. You want to be careful because he has a few moves that will stun you. That was a good Oda fight. Apart from getting hit once, that was a very decent Oda fight. It was a very, very decent Oda fight. This might also be a gold. That's insane. I've never been so far ahead in a 0 run in such a long time. And this is a D-Rust. This is not something I've done recently. Unfortunately, we gotta skip this cutscene because it is 20 minutes long. But say hello to playable character number 2. Majima Goro. One of the most amazing intros you'll ever see. So, we are not allowed to attack this lad. We have to dodge. Which, unfortunately, I don't know why I went into his attack there. That was one of the good ones as well. Nice. So, you want that dive because that counts as 2 hits. Like, it's long enough that you can get, like, 2 dodges out of it. Now we just want his AI to be as aggressive as possible and to try and hit us. Come on. You can tell how well you're doing with the background music. There's a crescendo that's going to happen in a second. This is bad. This is real bad. It started well, but, like, here. When that bit starts kicking off, if you're not almost out of that heat move, then you're behind in this fight. It's rough. Like, you're literally only basically waiting on his AI to be aggressive. Like, to actually try and attack you so that you can do the heat move counter. It's a shame. It is what it is. Sometimes everything will be nice. Sometimes he'll play nice. Sometimes he won't. You'll see it in a little bit. You won't see it very well here. The door in this office is broken. Both on PC and console. Its hitbox is stupidly large and it's amazing. You won't see it here because we're obviously right next to it. But it spans almost half the room. It goes all the way up to the save point. Like, it is a massive hitbox. And it's the exact same on console and PC. Like, I don't understand why that hitbox is so broken, but it is. So, we're now going to get dialogue boxes. So, some dialogue boxes are quicker than others. This one actually has more text, but it has less of these unique animations where she'll be, like, doing these animations that we can't skip. So it's actually quicker to pick the longer one rather than the one that has less text in it. Funny how these things work. But again, all we have to do is hold R1 and X and we can have a text skip, which is nice. Alright, so a certain nasty gentleman is at the club who goes by the name of Sagawa. He is amazing. That's him there. You'll see him later on. He is an absolute nasty piece of work. I absolutely love him. His character is so good. His real life actor as well, even though he's in his like 50s and 60s, is completely fucking ripped. Like, he is super fit. It's insane. But Sagawa is a massive badass and somebody you don't want to piss off. So, as we leave here, we're going to be in a scripted bit. We don't have to go very far. The trouble is, Shakedown can spawn here. Not even joking. Shakedown is on the map. As I said, there are multiple shakedowns. This is a different shakedown to the one that's in Kamurocho. There's 2 to Kamurocho, 2 in Sotenbori, which we're in. We're in Sotenbori, Osaka. And this is good old Kameki. More commonly known as Kamaki, for reasons I won't get into. Cough, cough. But we're about to get our second part of our fog tutorial. This can go fast if we do it optimally. So let's hope we do. So we're going to do poke him in the eyes. I don't really like this move. It's not that good. I didn't get it off. Never mind, he still attacked fast. That's nice. So sometimes if you can skip through the tutorial fast enough, it will still count as him being turned around, so you can get that move off. Hitting him before the thing went off there. Wait till he goes down, then heat attack. So tutorial bosses, for some reason, take extra damage from heat moves. Sorry, I punched my desk. I apologize. For some reason, like, tutorial bosses take extra damage from heat moves. Kamaki there, you saw how much damage he took. If he had a little bit more HP, he would have survived. But, yeah, for some bizarre reason, they just take more. It's, with the exception of Bruno earlier, and I'm not quite sure why Bruno didn't take that much damage. Like, I'm actually a little scared of that, but things are okay. So we're going to head over to a rival club called the Odyssey. We're going to get into a bunch of dialogue. Spawn over there. There are no sub-stories on the map yet. There will be soon. But as I said, Shakedown is on the map. The amount of times I have walked into him at this part is a little disturbing. So, alright. It's only the last cutscene that Odyssey that's skippable, right? There's a lot of cutscenes that are skippable and not skippable in this engine. It's a crapshoot whether it is or not. But it's always consistently whether it is or not, so... I know, it's the last one. I need to believe in myself, because I know. So... I forgot the sensitivity in the PC version of this is like, holy crap, busted. So this is Takao. Not Takako, even. She's going to be our hostess for tonight. Again, we're going to get a whole bunch of dialogue options. The quickest ones are actually the bottom ones. There is a fake option in this, which is the top one. If you do this fake option, you will have to do all 3 sets of dialogue. But obviously, for speedrun purposes, we want to go fast. So because we skipped out on the first one, it'll end after this conversation. Also, the Yakuza School of Amazing Design, aka just put on some sunglasses and nobody will recognize who you are. So I've got to be very careful coming up here, because the Sotenbori taxi list in Zero is different than the Sotenbori taxi list in other Yakuza games. And unfortunately, I have forgotten which order it's in. Yee. I do not want to accidentally taxi to the wrong place, because that would kill the run. Well, it wouldn't kill the run just yet. Oh, fuck me. That's really bad. Get past him, get past him, get past him, get past him. Woo! That was a very bad spawn. Getting into a shakedown fight will cost us about a minute. And it will also cost us our money, which we kind of need. With Majima, there is 2 points where if Shakedown spawns, it's 100% a run ender. One of which is coming up in the next chapter. That one was nasty, but thankfully we were able to run past the post so you didn't see us early. This is Majima's first revelation and his second fighting style. heard of Slugger? Aptly named because he has a baseball bat. So, most people in their first playthrough adore Slugger and swear hands down that it's the best fighting style in the game. You couldn't be further from the truth. It's not even Majima's best style. Slugger is not awful, but it's really not good. And I will teach you why. Unfortunately, we do have to use it for this tutorial. Kamaki here is just been eavesdropping and watching on us. Also watching and eavesdropping. Like, people like Slugger because it's simple. And it is simple compared to Majima's, like, best. But Majima's best isn't actually that hard. So we're gonna switch to Slugger. We're gonna instantly block. And we want to move Feihu... Oh, we gotta go. Whoops, I'm an idiot. I'm getting ahead of myself. We want to move Feihu away from any walls. Slugger's big problem... See that quick little hit when I drop my guard? Yeah. Slugger's big problem is walls. Hopefully he doesn't do the quick jump. He did. So you really don't want the quick jab there, and you heard a sound effect when I did that last hit. It sounded like I collided with something. That's because I did. The trouble with Slugger is that if you collide with something with your strong attack, all of the damage is going to disappear from that attack. Now, that means that fighting with Slugger, excuse me, in small enclosed spaces and also places that have a bit of furniture is not good. Like, Slugger in up close is very, very bad. Like, Slugger up close is terrible. But fortunately, Majima does have a style that excels in close range, and you'll see it soon. Now, despite the fact that I did say Slugger is terrible, it does have one thing going for it. And you'll see that at some point pretty soon. There might be a fight spawn on the right of the stand here, so we're just being a bit careful. No, we're good. So you'll see it in a bit, but we do have a use for Slugger. We have a lot of uses for Slugger actually in the run. And there's even a situation or two where even I will concede that Slugger is probably better than Majima's final star. But it's all situational based, and for 90 to 95% of the time, it's 100% breaker. And you'll be seeing why. Yes, it does. It does count as a weapon for blocking. With the exception, I believe, with guns, because guns, etc. I might be wrong on that, though. Because you don't actually get that many gun enemies as Majima. Only in, like, side stuff. Like, storyline-wise, I don't think we fight anyone with guns at all. So I'm taking intentionally a step back here. And remember when I said about the bat hitting off walls and stuff? Exception being the final hit of the 5 light into strong combo. That still does damage. So that's still strong. We're going to lose some time cleaning out this chapter. I think? It's looking like it. That was the last thing we need to do in this chapter anyway. I never gold this chapter anymore. This chapter's gold is, like, beyond me. I'd be very surprised if this does actually gold. It might green, but I doubt it would be a gold. Or, you know, that's a gold. Interesting. This run is, going very, very well right now. Holy shit. Which means it's gonna fall apart. So, got a couple of cutscenes here. They're actually specifically from Yakuza 4. Hey, Yakuza 4, out October 28th on PS4. Thumbs up. You should buy the Yakuza HD Remaster Collection. It's really good. The retranslation is fucking brilliant. I will, of course, be playing through the entirety of the Yakuza 4 Remaster next month. Like, can it be October 28th yet? Because I need it in my life. I desperately need it in my life. But yeah, we're gonna now head back to the club. One thing we're gonna do is we're actually going to take Taxi there, because on the PC version, load times are non-existent, so actually, it's faster. Now, rule of Shakedown. Shakedown has rules to him. Shakedown, when you leave, like a building or an area, Shakedown will not spawn in a certain radius around you. Exception being taxis. If he spawns in one of the corners, which he can do, then if you taxi over that corner, he'll be there. Shakedown does not like moving for taxis, but coming out of the Grand, he'll change. Coming out of other shops, he'll change. Which actually might be something that we need to utilize in this chapter. I also don't like this chapter because there's a speed tech that has been messing up for me the last few runs, and that will lose us time. That will lose us like 30 seconds if it messes up. Again, you won't see the big massive hitbox there because we're close to the door. You'll see it later on. I think you'll see it soon, I'm not sure. But like that hitbox, that door is stupid, and I love it. Whereas this one, you have to be practically humping the door. Anyway, we gotta go meet Sagawa. So we're gonna taxi down there. The nice thing about Zero's taxis, even though there's only like 5 taxi spots, they're all in places that get a whole lot of frequent use. Also, sub-stories are on the map. This sub-story here is one of the best ones in the series. It is absolutely brilliant. So shame I can't show any of them off in the speedrun. So we're gonna have to go back to our apartment after this, which could have an enemy spawn. Hey, stream's live apparently. Good. I'm glad. I would have liked it to have been live the last hour and a half. Bot. Nah, it's just the bot resetting itself, I hope. But yeah, we're going back to our apartment now, so we're gonna be heading there. Careful. These guys. No shakedown spawn, that's good. I have had shakedown spawn and start walking towards here, which is terrifying, because there's nothing you can do to despawn him. Right. So, we're gonna rest till morning. This is where I used to grab some healing items as kind of cover, but we don't need to do that. We need to go to the telephone club, so we're gonna pop on over there. Now, this spot specifically isn't where Shakedown can end the run. It's when we come out of the telephone club. And it's a little dodgy because Shakedown has a decently high percentage rate of spawning in our way. Something like 20% or something like that. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, Shakedown can end our run right now. And Shakedown can glitch, is the hilarious thing. We can have him glitch into a sub-story, which I've had happen before, so if Shakedown does spawn and we're this far ahead, I'm going to be 100% playing it safe. Say hello to Mr. Libido. This isn't the last time you see Mr. Libido, but this is a real dude, by the way, in real life. This guy is actually real. He is a thing. Hey, Beach-Ups, hope you're doing good. So please don't Shakedown. Fuck me. Alright, well, that's a run ender if we weren't next to Ebisu Pawn. So there is a sub-story in between me and Shakedown, but he is too close. If Shakedown is too close, and you walk into that sub-story there with those two, he will glitch into the sub-story, and as soon as you get out of the sub-story, he'll be waiting for you. But here's the reason as to why you cannot get into a fight with Shakedown here. We, at the telephone club, got in contact with a lady named Ako. We need to go on a date with her, and you need a minimum of 50,000 yen. And Shakedown, as in our current state, takes literally everything. And that is why Shakedown spawning there is a run ender. No. Backseating is basically telling me what to do or how to play. That rule is relaxed for speedruns because obviously with speedruns, like obviously I'm a fair believer in, you know, I don't have all the answers. I don't have all the knowledge, apart from runs like this where I've done like a whole lot of optimization. But like, especially in speedruns where, you know, someone might have found something better, you know, suggestions like that are good. But in a like a casual playthrough or like a first playthrough of a game, like telling the streamer what to do is backseating. So being all like, oh, you should go do this, or you should use this item or that item, etc., that's backseating and is frowned upon by quite a few streamers. It depends on the streamer. Again, during like speedruns like this, that rule is relaxed, and especially like multiplayer games that have heavy kind of mechanics to them. So think of your armors or your escape from Tarkovs, etc.
UFO catcher? なんやこれ?
So we have to catch a stuffed toy for Akko. Here's the interesting thing. If you catch a stuffed toy for Akko, we will lose about a minute's worth of time. Not even joking. So we are intentionally going to fail. You have to do this once. I don't like how the machine is glitched out here. There we go. Then you can back up, and you can give up. And the interesting thing is, I'm not sure like how many people know this, Akko has different dialogue in the next section, depending on whether you actually caught her something or didn't catch her something. It's only when we're running around, so it doesn't matter in terms of the speedrun. It's actually obviously a lot slower, for the reasons that I said. But it's a nice, interesting little like thing casually. So, remember when I said that Slugger is actually kind of bad for Majima? This is why. Say hello to Majima's final revelation, and his third fighting style, Breaker. A fighting style derived from breakdancing. This fighting style is actually broken. There's a reason why we say Breaker is broken. Like, it is disgustingly good. Like, actually legit disgustingly good. I will demonstrate why very soon. And the nice thing is, to get Breaker to its optimal position, you only need 4 million yen. We're going to get Power Surge 1 here, because we're going to need a little bit of attack coming up for a boss. We do need another, like, little chunk of change here for the disco. Is that the bad NPC spawn or is that the good NPC spawn? Ah, fuck. This is why you don't let your stamina run out, because you do lose a fair amount of time to running out. That's the good NPC spawn. So when you see a spawn of 4 NPCs like that, they have a massive invisible wall around them. And they don't move. And they can spawn right in front of Maharaja here, the disco. Which is infuriating. Because you literally have a small gap to go through and you will lose your momentum trying to get past them. Like, actually infuriating. Oh, you have no idea. Slugger is actually Majima's worst combat style. Allow me to demonstrate. A lot of people say that. Slugger is actually trash. It's not trash, but it's not good. Slugger is pathetic. Like, you'll see. You will see. So, we're gonna do the tutorial. Obviously, tutorial doesn't exactly count, but we're gonna do freeze pose. Get behind them, so hopefully they're all together. That was a little slow because unfortunately I managed to push them a little far away from each other. It was still okay, but that's not what I'm talking about. You'll see in a second because we're going right into a boss fight. But you'll be seeing over the course of the game as to why Breaker is ridiculously strong. We're still missing 1 power surge from it as well, which we'll be getting very, very shortly after the next boss. We just don't have the cash for it currently. As far as money for Majima goes, once we get that other power surge, and even now, we don't actually need any more money for Majima. We only need 2 million yen. Majima's portion of the speedrun is a lot scarier than Kiryu's because we only pick up one healing item in the entire game, and that's in the finale. Right at the final boss. So Majima is actually kind of terrifying as far as... That's a fight spawn. That's fucking terrible. How do I fix this? I don't. Yeah, I had to run back. Okay, we're going to lose a bunch of time in this split because of this fight spawn. Nah, they were aggroed. Fuck. So this run is actually optimized for 0 optional fights. So any optional fights is a time loss. I should have just fought this fight. We will have a way of dealing with fight spawns in a bit. Not yet. I've literally never had a fight spawn there. That's the first time. That's really bad. You usually get a fight spawn down here. That's Bob. Oh my god, you're fucking kidding me. Hi, Shakedown. Bye, Shakedown. The save points do despawn. Despawn? No. De-aggro them. There's a reason why I didn't use that save point. That save point is actually the start of a sub-story. The bag phone sub-story. That's why I ran towards it and then turned around, because I realized, actually, I can't use that. So we are going to lose a bunch of time in this chapter, for certain. Like, there's no way around it. We've had an optional fight. We had to run away as well, like 100%. We had to despawn Shakedown. We definitely are losing time. We're probably going to lose about 20-30 seconds. Because the Massive Man fight should be pretty easy. It usually doesn't go too bad. No, I'm playing on controller. DualShock 4. I can't play any Yakuza game on anything other than the DualShock. I've been playing the Yakuza games since the original on PS2, so the DualShock is just ingrained in my brain. Like this, when they semi-broke DualShock 4 support in the last patch for Yakuza 0, I tried using a 360 pad, I just can't. My hands just refuse. So it's DualShock all the way. Hey, Lord Mount. Lord Mount. Hey, Lord Mount, so you're doing good. Yeah, I disagree with that splash of like real Yakuza use gamepads. I've seen people who use mouse and keyboard and do it good. I mean, I've seen people who like speedrun the original Dark Souls 1 on mouse and keyboard, and that, all right, whatever you say. Yeah, we're gonna lose time before we even get into this fight by the looks of things. Actually, maybe not. But we are gonna lose time. So say hello to Massive Man. Massive Man is actually stupidly easy. So we're going to launch right into a breaker combo so that we can push Massive Man into that corner. Knock him against some of the furniture to lose some more of his HP. Let him do his mid-fight QTE. You have to see every fight's mid-fight QTE or you can't end the fight. This is important. So yeah, we're losing some time. Actually not as much as I expected. Again, we're going to launch into a breaker combo. He's going to start guarding, but hopefully we'll push some of the furniture into him and break his guard. I only lost 13 seconds. I'm very surprised. That should have been way more. My PB must have been bad there. Must have been real bad. So here's a bunch of Yakuza. The dude in the middle has a gun. Kill him first. There is a rule when it comes to... Really? Wow, this is bad. There is a rule when it comes to enemies. Gun enemies first, knife enemies next, and then any enemies that have stunning abilities after that. This is a very bad fight. But gun enemies first. Get rid of them. Right, so we're gonna start to run forward. We're gonna get our last Power Surge 2. And that is all the money that we need for Majima. That's it. We don't need any other upgrades for Majima. We don't need any other money. It's done. You can't skip some of the intros. You have to do the mid-fight QTEs. You'll see why later. But basically, no fight that has a mid-fight QTE will end unless you
Oh, yeah.
The bosses will always have 1 HP remaining, and they won't die until the actual mid-fight QTE has gone through, and you will see that. Natsu, thank you for the host. Hope you're doing good. That's an almost ironclad rule for the entirety of the Yakuza series. There are a couple of fights where you can skip out on the mid-fight QTE, and it's actually a little faster too. There's 2 fights like that in Yakuza 6, for example. One in Kiwami 2, where if you see the boss's mid-fight QTE, then what happens is actually you have all the enemies, the ads that are with him, respawn. So you have to make sure with certain bosses that you specifically aim for the boss and not the ads. So this is a big old stealth section. I dislike this part, especially in the speedrun, because there's a fast way to do this, and it doesn't always work. So what we need to do is we need to get past this group of enemies before that group of enemies gets into a fight. That's good enough. That's actually good enough. We did it. If you don't do this, you'll lose 30 seconds. But by doing this, we skip a fight completely. So we're just going to get everybody together. It doesn't matter if Makoto takes a couple of hits here. She can take a lot on this difficulty. And again, now we just run past the other guys. They're not going to see us. So we've skipped an entire fight, which in this part is so much time saved. They're going to see us. We're going to intentionally take the fight over here so that when we come out of the fight, they'll be on the right and we can skip past on the left. The next part is also a little terrifying because it's also messed up a few times in my last few runs. So again, we're going to spin around so you'll be able to get a majority of them. There is one guy that kind of sits away. Not much we can do about him. Sometimes you can do this 1-in-1 combo. Sometimes this guy just won't walk forward. It's whatever. It happens. Like, plan for 2, never expect 1. Yeah, I think they're going to see us. So that group of enemies ahead of us, we want to get down here before they see us, which is not going to happen. So instead, I'm going to hide. They're now in a glitched state. Oh, shit. So 2 of them are running back. This is actually going to lose us time. I should just keep going. And because the other guys are going to come back this way. Yeah. This is bad. This is bad. I just wasted a load of time. I should have just taken this fight. I'm taking this fight. They somehow did not see me. Alright. They're going to see me in a second. We're going to take the fight. But we're going to get it down here as far as possible. I don't think... Yeah, I can't make it to the next one. That sucks. Tap in X just in case. No. Damn, that sucks. That was close. You can sometimes get down here before the other group that's running towards us from the top of the road actually sees you, but it's a little finicky and sometimes doesn't work. Okay, good. So, there's a couple of these QTEs. You have to be a little careful, because if you fail these QTEs, then they're going to call for backup and you get an extra fight. So we don't want that in the slightest. The second one is super fast. Very, very fast. Despite the fact that QTEs in Legend difficulty are faster, I want to say these ones aren't that much faster. I think they're a little faster, but not actually that much. Unlike one boss QTE later in the game that is way faster and is actually disgusting. You get less than a third of a second to react to it. And it takes off 3/4 of your HP. Again, we can let Macto take a hit or two here. It's okay. So again, we're gonna hope that we don't glitch the enemy out here. So basically when I'm talking about glitching the enemy out, if any of these group of enemies sees you, and then you go into a hiding spot, they will actually glitch out and be in a state of alert. So even though they'll look like they're like not alerted to you, they are. So you have to be exceptionally careful, because if they see you again, then they'll instantly get into a fight with you. Much like what happened on the bridge earlier with the optional fight in the last split. There we go. So they're in a glitched state right now, but fortunately they've all ran away. Sometimes, like you saw with the earlier glitch, and also there's a loud volume warning.
Oh my god.
That happens every time, I don't know why. Natty, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. But basically, if you glitch those enemies out, they'll basically get into an instant fight with you. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen, and you've got to be careful. Hey, Scotty, hope you're doing good. So yeah, you can see the time we're losing because of the mess up with that one encounter. I should have just ran for it. I knew I was going to mess up. We're going to lose, like, maybe 40 seconds. Depends how well this fight goes. It's not good. It's definitely not good. That's also not good. I need him to be at the same point as these guys. This guy walking down here is very bad. Yeah, this is messed up. That's bad. Okay, that was a awful chapter. That's not killed the run, but it's not in good shape anymore. Yeah, that was almost a minute lost to that. Ugh, that's bad. Should have just kept running. I knew I was making a mistake. Oh well. It's on me. Anyway, back to Kiryu. So remember when I said there was a whole bunch... Oh, actually, no. I was wrong about the chapter where the RNG disappears. The RNG is still in this chapter. What is in this chapter, though, is speed tech. Actual, honest-to-goodness speed tech.
Yeah.
Suma, thank you for the host. So, we don't have that much speed tech in the Yakuza games outside of fight optimizations. With Nishiki here, there are no sub-stories. So, you remember those two who are on the corner up here before? They're not here. That's a fight spawn ahead of us on the left. See it? So, I intentionally waited to run until they noticed me so that I could keep my stamina to get some distance from them. There won't be a spawn here, but there might be down here. There isn't. That makes things a little awkward. Okay, that's fine. So, our objective is right ahead of us there. There is a singular spawned enemy there, which we're not going to walk into. We're actually going to take a very short detour here. Hello, Bob. Because we're going to exchange some of our completion points for, specifically, these gotta go fast and disposable income 1. So, gotta go fast, as you can see, is our stamina levels, and allows us to run for longer distances without running out of stamina. Which, as you can probably tell in a speedrun, kind of invaluable. But those are the only sprints that we need on Kiryu. Kiryu does a fair bit of running around, but not actually a lot. Weirdly enough. So this is Kiryu's suit for the rest of the game. It's a good suit. So remember that confectionery gift box that we got way earlier in the game? That's for this chapter. That's why you get it way ahead of time, because we don't go anywhere near the convenience store that sells it. Alright, good night, Natty. Hope you sleep well. Good fight spawn, this guy. Very good fight spawn, that guy. Cool. So, funnily enough, doing the correct options here. I picked the wrong option. Fuck. I'm an idiot. Picking the right options here is actually quicker than the wrong options. Because of more dialogue and unskippable animations like this. Fuck. I always forget that one. I always forget. So you want the second table, the nearest seat, no, farthest seat, and then you want nothing. And then you want to be very careful when this comes on. Because say hello to your 1 out of combat QTE. That was quick. We take those. If you mess up this QTE, there is a minute of unskippable animations. You literally lose a minute if you mess up that QTE. Right, it's not this one. Right, it's not. There's no skippable until we get into the office. Right. Keep forgetting that. That's my ironclad rule for this chapter. I somehow forgot it. Thanks, Soda.
時々ヤクザになりきっちゃあいつに行ってるんですよ。わかりました。あとは我々。
Okay. So, Oda will task us with getting a confectionery gift box, which, again, we've managed to go get ahead of time. So, off we go. We're going to get introduced to Kiryu's business section in a second. This is what I was thinking of earlier. This is where Bacchus is. He's the mentor for Broad Style, but again, we don't need any moves from him or any of our other masters. So we're just going to carry on. And we're going to go and help remove the squatter from here. Again, inside. My one rule for this chapter. How I keep forgetting it, I don't know. So there's a weird like confirmation point here because you get caught up in a lot of like story and stuff for a few minutes. So Scott is in that building. We've told him we're gonna kick him out, blah blah blah. And as we come outside, here comes some Yakuza. As to be expected. So what we're going to do is we're going to go grab this bike and we're going to hit everybody with the bike. Oh, he had literally a pixel HP. Damn it, Oda. You had one job. So, wonderful little squatter here. Is gonna come out and realize, you know, we're actually the real deal.
あ
And
ん
then
たの
leave.
後ろ盾は見ての通りだよ。あ、そう。それじゃ今夜中にあの部屋出てってね。明日の朝までいたら。
I love that run animation. So good. Right, so we're going to be locked into Kiryu's business segment. This is a big, long minigame segment that has some sub-stories behind it, which is why the prospect of an all-sub-stories Yakuza 0 run terrifies me. Because this will take, like, literally, like, 10 hours between Kiryu and Majima. So, we gotta go find Yamanoi at Mac Bowl. As you can see via the minimap, we are locked into place. That doesn't mean that enemy spawns can't happen. That's an enemy spawn right there, those 3 guys. That's very unlucky, but at least it's going that way and not this way. I have had a fight spawn here before, and it's just, if it happens, it happens. There's nothing you can do about it. This guy is one of the 4 billionaires. He's the Leisure King. It's the only time you'll see him.
まあ怖い顔した兄ちゃんだな。じゃあな、もう二度と俺の前に立つんじゃねえぞ。
Dealt with that. Off to Mac Bolt, which is just around the corner. Again, using the
山野さん。
using the old adage of, hey, cutscenes only skippable inside. We're back in the office. So, here's our speed tech. Actual legit speed tech. So, Yamanoi is gonna make the office presentable. And that's gonna be basically the next part of Kiryu's business segment. Now, the trouble is, that actually takes 5 real-life minutes. Like, actually 5 real-world minutes to set up and do. So what we're going to do instead is we're just going to go over to Club Sega, or in this case, Sega High-Tech Land. We're going to waltz on over to Outrun. We're going to play Outrun. Except we're not. We're just gonna leave instead. And as we leave, we get the pager that says the office is ready. And we've just skipped 5 real-life minutes. The reason being is that different activities in this engine constitute a different period of time. Certain minigames or side activities such as Outrun or Space Harrier actually count 8 to 10 minutes. There's a reason I know it's 8 to 10 minutes, and you'll figure that out later. But basically, it's not the most impressive speed tech in the world, but it's as. Unfortunately, you do have to go through all of the tutorials and stuff, so here we go. We're going to be given a little bit of a rundown on the real estate business side of things. It's not something that we're going to be doing in the run, because we get all the money that we need. But it does give us a few completion points, which is going to help for Majima. So we get given, I believe it's either 16 or 15 million yen, one of the two, and the shop is either 14 or 15 million yen. So we also profit 1 million yen out of this, which isn't a lot at this stage. There you go, 14. So we get 15, it's 14. You also get this amazing cutscene. I fucking love Smug Kiryu. It's the best. And then we go back to the office. And then we go and collect the profits that came in from the other job. And there you go. That's the business minigame, Kiryu. There's not much to it, honestly. It's not the best way to make money. That would be the eternal glorious Bank of Shakedown. Boy, I do love the Bank of Shakedown. That's the bad NPC spawn. You see how I stopped there because of the bloody invisible wall that surrounds them? A hatred for that NPC spawn. An actual hatred. This cutscene isn't skippable until halfway through. Fun cutscene. I hate it. So we've come to a bar called Serena. Never heard of that bar before. Which is a favorite hangout of Nishki's.
さあどうぞ最初の一杯は私のおごり
なーに俺たちはこれからの人間だからよ
今度はユミちゃんにも会ってみたいな歓迎するわよ
So as soon as we get into this part of the cutscene, off we go. Unfortunately, yet again, we won't be doing karaoke. As cool as it would be. That would be a loss of like 4 to 5 minutes. And we got a big fight coming in. Hey, Hexo. 25 hours to finish Borderlands 3? Not bad. Not bad. Did you like it? Like, how did you feel about it? Like, did you like Borderlands 2? Like... So that guy who we hit with the bike earlier is actually in this group of Yakuza, and funnily enough, he's one of the ones that we want to take out first. He's right there. He's the guy in the purple. He has a knife. We need that knife. And a revolver that shoots like a machine gun. Wait, sir, that sounds like a machine gun to me. But we need that knife, and we need full heat. So that we can use that on Okabe. Not that guy, definitely Okabe, because of his massive HP bar. The other guy, thankfully, is aggroed, so he'll come at us. I'm surprised that missed, but okay. Thumbs up emoji. And there we go. Got some of our time back. Nice. Not bad. Alright. So, chapter 6. I love this chapter. This chapter's awesome. It's not that long either. Hey, I'd say those ads support me, but being an affiliate, I don't see any ad revenue. Crying emoji. I do actually have Twitch itself whitelisted though, because I like supporting, obviously, partners on Twitch, and I like supporting Twitch itself. I kind of went a really awkward way there with the garbage bags I shouldn't have. So because there's no fight spawn out here, I know for a fact there's going to be at least one variation of one in here. So I'm saving my stamina until I get to here, and it's right there. But fortunately, the aggro is right there. Now, the nice thing about this is that we've just gone past our last RNG fight spawn. Well, I say RNG fight spawn. The fight spawns are still going to be semi-RNG, but getting into random fights no longer is. Prime doesn't give ad-free Switch experience anymore. Yeah, I remember them saying they were going to remove that, which... Ew. They just took it away. Oh. Damn. Speaking of Switch Prime, right? I'm 9 subs away from the final emote slot. Cough. Subliminal messages. Ooh. This week? Oh, I thought they took it away a few months ago. I'm obviously behind on the times. So, here comes the most amazing NPC in the game. I love him. He's amazing. He's got the best laugh ever. I love this guy. This is Mr. Moneybags. He is about to teach us I don't know what's going on in my mouth today. He's about to teach us a skill called Cash Confetti. Cash Confetti, as you can probably imagine, is us lobbing a bunch of cash about. As you can see, it can distract NPCs. You don't use this at all. Like, for any reason whatsoever. I don't know why that's in the game. Here's a bunch of random thugs that want to fight you. But they don't, because money! And there we go. So now, random fight spawns, they're not going to matter. Hey, want to know something amazing about this part? Shakedown can waltz in. Shakedown can spawn right the fuck inside of here. So, pray that doesn't happen, because he can be right here. I'm not even joking. I've had that happen on 2 runs and it's killed both runs. I have a running list of how Shakedown has killed runs. So, again, watch out for that sub-story. But again, there's a singular guy here on the right, so I can't show you, like, Cash Confetti in action. We don't want to use it too many times if we don't have to, because you have to stand still, see an animation, blah, 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 which obviously is a lot less time than just running. Or a lot more time than just running, I should say. So even though this is the one sub-story that you do in the game, for some reason, despite this being a sub-story, it's something you have to come and see. I don't understand why. Like, it shouldn't be a sub-story. It's weird. Shrug. So this is the place where Mr. Moneybags said we can get, like, rich quick, which, that's a lie. This is an awful, awful minigame. For a multiple variety of reasons. So we have to show we got the willingness to burn cash, which it's obviously us just using Cash Confetti. I like the cut of your jib. So, this is the JCC, the Japan Catfight Club. This is absolutely awful. The actual minigame itself is rigged. You might think that I'm lying there. If you've ever gone through this minigame and thought to yourself, you know, through one of the button mashing segments, and you thought to yourself, how's the CPU won that? You actually are destined to lose. There are certain times where the game will actually just completely rig it against you, and you can't win the button mashing segments. Some guy with a turbo controller tried to, like, turbo mash through it, wouldn't let him. Like, that bit is literally, that minigame is literally rigged. It is awful. Don't ever do JCC, unless you're going for the trophy, at which point, do the trophy and then get out. The JCC is an awful minigame, and I'm so glad it didn't ever appear again. Now, Cabaret, though. That's nice and wholesome. That's very nice and wholesome. So, we're going to be going back to Kamurocho, and it's not going to look like it. If you look at the radar, we've got no objective. There's nothing blocking us off, but actually, we're in a big, massive set piece. Funnily enough, guess who can spawn along this road? Yep, it's our old pal, Mr. Shakedown. You will see in a second that there aren't any sub-stories on the streets. Like, you see the sub-story that's usually on this corner is gone. I'm happy to have this aggro on me just in case there's one around this corner. There shouldn't be. But you saw those Yakuza down there. They're blocking the way, so we can't go that way. And when we get to this part, the set piece is going to begin for real. Remember that time I said you'd only see me use Beast in fights? Kind of still true, but kind of not true. Because we're now... Kamurocho is turning into a set piece. Quite a cool set piece as well. So we're going to be going from fight to fight here, and we're going to be changing up from Beast to Rush. But whilst we're fighting people, of course, we're going to give them a good old Beast down. Be careful of the salt. Try not to get the salt. I'd like to push these guys along to the right here, because there's actually a sign here. Two-handed weapons, if you can get your hands on them, are the best. Yeah, two-handed weapons are absolutely the best. They do the most damage, they build up the most heat. If you can get your hands on something like a sign or a bike, that's the way you want to go. So, cute little thing about this. If you play Judgment, you will see, you've seen this before. This guy's called in for backup. Now, the interesting thing about fights here is that when these guys waltz in, you can actually manipulate where they walk to. So in order to do these fights optimally, you have to hit at least 2 of those guys with 1 hit. Otherwise, you'll go down to the wheel. Kitty's home now, yay! I'm glad, Lugu. How is Kitty? Did Kitty miss you? So now we're down to a minute. Again, we'll go to this sign. And again, oh, that was good. That was very good. I managed to catch them all. Again, you want to hit multiple of them with that one, otherwise that sign's going to break. And again, same here with this bike that we're about to grab. This one is the scary one. It's still 30 seconds. But these guys are actually, they move around a lot. And they can actually go right past you. Okay, another way back, and now he's setting back nicely. Good. Good. This next one, despite the fact that there's a load of people, isn't actually that scary. Like, this one isn't scary in the slightest. As long as you don't let anybody come down this alleyway behind you, you are fine. So, here's a sign. Do and be done. Now, even though the trigger for the next fight is literally right in front of us that we can sidestep into with Beast, we're gonna go rush. Say hello to what we like to emphatically call large lads. This is a large lad. He likes to drop kick you. He's an arsehole. We're gonna wait intentionally here so that he drop kicks. And then we're gonna grab this sign. Ideally, go after large lad. You can do 2 full combos. And then a heat attack. Now you want to do the heat attack before the fight ends. Because you want to get your heat back up as much as possible to full. So you really don't want to let it wait. If it's not full, it's not too bad. We're just off. As long as it's in the 3rd heat bar, that's what you need for this next segment. So we're going to grab these healing items right here. These are our backup healing items for the majority of the game. And say hello to one of the most badass boss intros you'll ever see.
極道の世界に KO はねえ。俺はな、ギル。指の1本や2本なくそうが、阿波野や渋沢に頭取られようが、そんなことは構えしねえんだ。命ある限り、何度でも這い上がってやる。だからよ、てめえみたいな半端もんが、一番許せねえんだよ。死ねよボケ
how you can have such an awesome intro and then be one of the weakest, easiest busters of a boss is ridiculous. The amount of people I have seen struggle to this boss is insane. When this boss is a literal pushover, no matter what difficulty you're on. So, repeat after me. Charge up the last hit. Yakuza goes down. Build up our heat back to the third bar. Notice how he hasn't taken a hit yet? And that's Kuzi. That boss is amazingly pathetic. Like, I have seen so many people struggle on that fight, and that fight is pathetically easy. And you can do that on Legend. Like, you just have to hit him. It's hilarious. It's actually hilarious how he does nothing, even on Legend. I'll take that gold. Nice. Like, most people use Rush for that fight, and Rush is decent, but honestly, Beast just demolishes him. Like, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't hit you. Like, he can sometimes get a hit or two off on Legend, but he does nothing. Like, literally nothing. It's hilarious. Hey, Lum. Hey, Koba. Hope you're doing well. I have no idea. I haven't updated the Discord in like 20 years. I said like 3 years ago I was going to write out the rule list and I never did. I dropped frames at some point. Whoa. Whoa, when did I drop 1,000 frames? What the hell? Holy shit. That was recent as well. That was within like the last 10 minutes. Huh. Interesting. This is a roller coaster of a run so far. We're almost at the halfway point. We'll be hitting the halfway point during this chapter. However, in this chapter, there is actually coming up very, very soon. Coming up very, very, very soon. There will be a good break point. So if you need a drink, I certainly need one. Or you want to go grab some food. Did that cat just come out with me? That cat has never left the alleyway before. What the hell? One thing you do have to remember, and it's something you have to be very careful of, when you switch back to Majima, he has his own stamina level. So, whilst you have stamina level, like, 2 with Kiryu at this point, Majima's back to 0. So you can see, like, we're losing stamina so quickly. This is the fight spawn in front of us here, this lad, that's fine. Stay away from that alleyway. If you're wondering why I didn't just go down the alleyway, it's because there's a sub-story that's there. And again, it would lose us time if we were to go through it. Say hello to a long, unskippable Mahjong cutscene, which I don't mind, because I like Mahjong. But this is one of those cutscenes where it does make you wonder, why is it unskippable? Probably because it leads into a fight. I think that's the general ruling. I think if a cutscene leads into a fight, I'm fairly certain it's not skippable. It's really weird. There's definitely some fucking rule set behind it, but who the hell knows? Also, unique animations like this are unskippable. That's why, like, text is now skippable here, but it wasn't skippable whilst they were playing Mahjong. And there's going to be a whole bunch of unskippable animations coming up here. Super weird. Makes me happy that the new engine has pretty much everything skippable. Makes for speedrunning a lot nicer. Not that I mind the longer Yakuza speedruns, because honestly, I love these games. The set pieces more than make up for the downtime, and the downtime is nice. It's why I like Zero's Run a lot. Like, Zero's Run is, like, very optimized. I know that sounds weird, having lost, like, a minute, and I've got, like, some insane golds at the minute. But, like, I'm doing the same strats that I do in any other run. It's just working better because the RNG is actually going my way tonight. But honestly, yeah, like, I love runs like this. I love this run. It's definitely a quieter run, but I like its uptime and its downtime. Like, we've got like a good 20 minutes of downtime-ish. You know, we've had a big, good old set piece. Now we can just chill for a while. But we still have important fights, and like movement is hyper important as well. Like a lot of people think that the Yakuza game speedruns are just fight optimization, and whilst fight optimization is like one of the biggest parts of it, movement is still very important. Like getting past NPCs, not tumbling over them, dodging shakedown, dodging fights, etc. Like remember, Majima does not have cash confetti right now. And these guys have Chinese broadswords. So with this next fight in here, you want to ideally hope for one combo, but that very rarely happens. It depends on what enemies come forward, and also like being able to kick furniture at people. Because again, allow me to show you why Breaker is stupidly disgusting and broken. This room right here is the perfect example of it. You've got a nice long room and a whole bunch of furniture. One combo. Absolutely beautiful. Breaker in places like that have a whole bunch of furniture is just disgusting. And it's completely broken. Completely broken. Like, everybody, like, in their first playthrough usually sticks to Slugger. Slugger's weak. Slugger's not exactly weak, but it is weak. The fact that you can bounce off walls and lose all of your power is ridiculous. Especially with, like, a lot of Majima's, like, fight scenarios being small enclosed spaces. Breaker, even in the long spaces, Breaker is phenomenal. There's, like, one or two situations where Slugger is a little better, but not a lot. That's the fight spawn, that's bad. So, we have to go get some takoyaki. Now, you might be wondering why we didn't go get this takoyaki earlier, like, say, in Chapter 2, whereas we got all the alcohol early for, like, Kiryu. This takoyaki is a key item. There's Shakedown. Hello, buddy. This is a key item, so it actually acts differently to getting a normal box of takoyaki. So, you can only get it at this point. I mean, you can get it earlier if you want, but it doesn't count. You have to get, to be able to progress, you have to get the takoyaki now. And there's actually a trophy associated with the takoyaki, where if you actually wait for like 5-10 minutes, it'll go cold, and you'll get a trophy for it. Likes the takoyaki warm. One day I'm going to Japan and I'm having takoyaki. Anyway. That break segment is coming up next. We are, thanks to Yamagata telling us about cabaret clubs, we're going to go and see one ourselves. This is Yoda. This is your first introduction to Yakuza 0's version of the cabaret, which is one of the best versions of the cabaret. This cabaret is phenomenal. I absolutely love it. One of my favorite minigames over the entire Yakuza series. So, this is the one and only time where the game pulls what I like to call a Dead Souls, where the actual confirmation dialogue is the bottom option and not the top option, like every other dialogue in the game. Fuck you, Yakuza Dead Souls. I know you like doing that shit, and I hate you for it. So here we go. If we interact with the cabaret in any way, shape, or form, that timer at the top is gonna stop. And we just can't. So allow me to show you the best way to run a cabaret. Exactly. Hey Sammy, hope you're doing good. So we're just gonna let this run for the next 2.5 minutes with some good music. I need a refill on the water because I am pretty much out. So I'll be back in about 30 seconds, hopefully.
待たせすぎだろ。二度と来ねえよ。
いらっしゃいませ。
また来たよ。
どうぞこちらへ。
まだかよ。あばよ。
いらっしゃいませ。
どうも。
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
遅えぞ。二度と来ねえよ。
That was way longer than 30 seconds. That's like a minute 20. Ugh. Cabaret is most likely not in Yakuza 7. Instead, we have go-karts. Cannot complain. More than happy for go-karts.
あばよ。
ようこそ。
また来たよ。
But they've announced all the mini-games anyway, and yeah, there's no Cabaret. Which is fine, honestly, because we've had it in a couple of games in a row. Like, we've had it in Zero, Fist of the North Star, Kiwami 2, so we've had it in a lot of them.
あばよ。
I just want them to make a standalone mobile game based on this. I really feel like you could make a gacha out of this. And I know that's a nasty little word there, but you could easily make a gacha out of this. Easy. Yeah, you could have a Kiryu and Majima hostess. There you go. Hey, Selena. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Majima Kart. Yes, I'm looking forward to Yakuza Kart. Cool. That's it. If you actually interact with that in any way as well, you also get a bonus hostess in a second that causes an extra few seconds of being unable to do anything. Super weird, I know, but literally you don't touch that at all. That's how you do it fast. And it's a shame because I adore that minigame. I absolutely love that minigame so much. So we got to get back to the Grand. Again, we can't use that pathway to the left because there's that sub-story in the way, so we got to go this way. There usually isn't a fight down here, which is nice. I've never ran into one, but then again, I ran into some weird ones today. However, the nice part about this is now, once we load in, Majima's Cash Confetti, which on Majima is very necessary because we're going to be going down a lot of alleyways very, very soon, and we're going to have no way of dealing with fights. Except now we do. Also, there's one thing I forgot to mention about Cash Confetti. There's one enemy who doesn't give a rat's ass about Cash Confetti, and you can probably imagine it's Shakedown. These should all be unskippable. Yep. Yeah, this is the... Yeah, it's the midpoint. Okay, not bad. So here you just want to run in front of the waiter. He can actually push you forward like that, which is nice. Shakedown is the true raid boss the upcoming near raids. Oh, if only. I'm looking forward to Yoko Taro's fuckery when it comes to those. Not wrong, Lagoon. Not wrong in the slightest.
あんたはこのまま好きなだけ飲んでけや。
本当？いいの？はあ、さすが太っ腹ね。支配人さん、私あなた大好きよ。
I love that guy. I don't know why, I love that guy. I mean, speaking of the Chinese mafia, I'm looking forward to that angle in Yakuza 7. That's gonna be, it's gonna be curious, for sure. So remember the guy with the gun? Yeah, he's back. He does have a gun again, and he's upgraded his lads with weapons. There's Shakedown in the background. Unfortunately, for some reason, he hasn't upgraded all of his mates with guns. He's just given them, like, blunt objects. Like, it's not much of an upgrade. We're done fighting fair. Says the 10 Yakuza surrounding me with pipes and a gun. Alright. So again, rule of thumb, go for the guy with the gun first. He does like to guard a lot, but as soon as he lets his guard down, just shreddings him. Okay, I'm glad I got knocked down by the other guy so I didn't get shot there. Up your guard. I was wondering if I was going to connect that last hit for a second there, but we did. So that's actually the halfway point, right there. So we are officially halfway through the run. Still need to finish Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers is good. Shadowbringers is very, very good. I'm not looking forward to seeing how they possibly try and top it after Shadowbringers. So we shot Shakedown earlier, so I'm hoping he's just walked off, because he can turn around. Yeah, you know, like that. Is there any enemy aggro around? Fuck. Because I can't use that save point. No, I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to lose a little bit of time in this chapter, but we have to despawn Shakedown. If we get into a fight with him on the bridge, that's it. Game over. Run dead. And we literally just have to go back to our apartment. That's all we're going to do. I couldn't have made it, like, all the way here to the stairs there. It's too far. He would have got us by then. Hi! Nice spawn you got there again. Jeez. Titania was a really fun fight. It was. Try and imagine Titania EX. That's fun as well when you're the designated off tank, because you don't gotta do jack shit. Until one attack comes and it's like, hey, you're a gunbreaker. Tank 3 of these hits. And by the way, you've got about a second to half a second to not fuck it up. Oh. Okay. It's good fun, but pugs get irrationally angry, as you can probably imagine. Which is a shame. Because, like, I need to do that fight a couple of times for some weapons, and I don't wanna. You can't make me. I don't want to pug it up. I can't be bothered. So, we are actually locked in here. We have to go a certain specific route, and thankfully, there's no sub-story. You can see on the mini-map there that we aren't allowed to go in there. Oh no, there's an enemy set. Whoa, cash confetti. That's cash confetti. Cash confetti is good. Like, situations like that are exactly why we've got Majima, because, oh my god. The amount of, like, little alleyways and walkways we're going to go through with Majima, we just need it. And more importantly, I think it's about time to go get Majima's stamina upgrades. I'm not sure if Shakedown can spawn in this bit. I don't remember seeing him before. So, don't quote me if he can or not here. So, gotta go fast too. Disposable income 1. We're 1 off of, unfortunately, stamina 3, which would be nice, but we don't need it. Stamina 2 is just enough for Majima. Actually, if I'm Did it happen in PB though? I don't remember if it happened in PB. I can't remember if it was the last run I did or whether it was PB run, but this split, no, not this split, the split after this one has a weird time discrepancy to it that could easily be, like, negated if it is the PB run. I really can't remember if it is or not. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. I just don't remember. So, as you can probably tell by the name of the split being Massive Man Round 2. And Massive Man being stood in front of us. You can tell what's about to happen. Yeah, Wenli, spoilers, dude. Wait another 4 games, right? So, you're gonna see the first part of what we call Nishtani strats in this fight. They're not gonna work too well because of Wenli's size. But we're gonna bounce Wenli against the wall, hopefully to bounce him, which works for a little bit. We're gonna dodge because if you let him up, he's gonna store an attack. We want to delay his mid-fight QT as long as possible, which is not happening. Oh well. I did not want to kick that sofa away either, but here we are. So there's the mid-fight QT. It's at this time, there's an addition to it. Good damage, but the trouble with letting him get past his QTE is that now he's in his heat mode, and he has extra defense and a little bit of extra attack, which hopefully won't matter. But he's also a lot harder to get on the ground, so we gotta be a little careful. So, there we go. We want to get behind him with Breaker, because then he can't guard against our attacks. Certain bosses will get behind, or certain bosses that we will get behind will be able to guard through that attack, which is very frustrating. But hopefully they're few and far between. You'll see why we call it Nishtani strats in the next chapter. It's because it works on people of Nishtani's stature a little bit better than big lads like Wenli. Stunk! Thank you for the host. How you doing? I love you too, dude. How was your stream? How was the roulettes today? Hopefully the roulettes weren't awful. I was going to bash into him. Oh, he was the fight spawn. Okay, that's not too bad. Actually could have lost a whole bunch of time. Your neck hurts. Oh no. You're just joining us in a little bit of a downtime where we're just ending the chapter. Excuse me? Walls in this engine are stupid. So again, remember when I said earlier about this door's hitbox being broken? I'm fairly certain this is one of the times where you'll see it actually being broken. Because we're technically like partway through the room and we're just gonna leave. I don't understand why. It's only that door, but that door is completely busted. It is the best. I need to do some more fan games. The hell did I roll the other day? I rolled a fan game the other day that was not great. To say the least. Fuck, I can't remember its name. It was really not good. Nope, can't remember. Mostly fat dookie lately. That sucks. Is that a gold? That might be a gold. Ooh. Yo. I actually don't know what's going on with these golds right now. This is kind of crazy. I haven't done this well in ages. It's all gonna go to shit in chapter 11, but we'll see. Yeah, I rolled a decent one. I can't remember if it was called Double Drop. I can't remember if that was the good or the bad one. But I need to do more fan games again. I really got to get into more fan games again. I love fan games. They're just the perfect, just chill out and relax kind of thing. Until you get shite. You hate fan games? I mean, you have a good reason. You've been doing fan games for a very long time. Alright, so this is Nishitani. I'm going to show you Nishitani strats. So what we're going to do is, you'll see that an entire combo is enough to fill up just 1.5 bars of heat. Then as soon as Nishitani is almost on his feet, we're going to use the slug heat move. Knock him back onto the ground. Switch back to Breaker. Do another combo. And you can see that unlike Wen Li from the last chapter, he actually stays on the ground. Funnily enough. Let him up to do his mid-fight QTE. You have to see every mid-fight QTE. Make sure you don't fail this one. And you'll see that this will keep him at 1 HP. And we're just gonna... boop. Which causes a nice quick transition as well. The reason we call it Nishitani strats is you get enemies of certain different statuses. We'll call it small, medium, and large for ease sake. Nishitani is basically a smaller character. He's somebody who will always constantly be stuck on the ground because of your breaker combos. So what you want to do is, because Breaker doesn't have, at first, any ground heat move, that's why we use Slugger. And as long as you use, with the Slugger heat move, as long as you wait until the enemy is almost on their feet, then you'll do that specific heat attack that you saw and put them down on the ground so that you can get off another Breaker combo to build up enough heat to do it again. So when I said Slugger was worthless earlier, slight hyperbole. But Slugger is a trash fighting star. Why I absolutely love what I love about Nishitani is that he turns up for the better part of about 20 minutes in this game. And that's it. He turns up for the better part of 20 minutes, and he's still ranked higher on the popularity polls than certain characters that have been in the series since the second game. Like, Nishitani is a legend. I don't know how he is that popular, but he is hyper popular. It's actually ridiculous. Be careful of this hostess. You saw her torque hitbox at the top there. Her torque hitbox is actually bigger than the door, so you have to be very careful to make sure you get the right angle. And then good old Sagura. Minutes of pain pretty well, yep. What are we looking? 214.20. I don't think my PB had the glitch here. That's worrying. Okay. That's very worrying. We might lose a little bit of time coming out of this split. Which wouldn't be different considering how well these splits have been going so far. The exception of bloody chapter 4. It's always the Majima splits that are the worst ones. I don't know why. The worst Majima split is coming up in 3 chapters. This one's very much by the numbers, as is the next. But no, it's the one after that. It's awful. But yeah, this door's hitbox is stupid. It's just half the room. I don't understand why. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Yakuza 7. Like, I'm not unhappy that it's a JRPG, because I love JRPGs, obviously. And it's nice to get a different kind of game as well. Like, it's okay for, like, people to, like, have their worries about it, because I have a few worries of my own about it. But, honestly, it's gonna be fine. One of my favorite Yakuza games in the entire series is not a typical brawler like a Yakuza game is. Ishin is an absolutely phenomenal game, and that's why I'm not worried about 7 in the slightest. And it's nice for them to do something different. Like, they can always go back to action after that. And again, I always recommend people look at the 4Gamer live stream from Tokyo Game Show for the actual look at the combat, because in the official Sega stream, they kind of slowed everything down a little bit because they were obviously explaining it. And whilst they do that in the 4Gamer stream as well, it's actually a lot faster paced. Like, you can see how fights actually play out, which is nice. So, with this fight, they will usually split up. Hopefully they don't. Just stick with the group of enemies that are together so that you can take out as many as possible in one go. Very rarely you can one combo that fight. It's very rare. Because again, usually most of the enemies are going to break apart. 2 combo is fine. Any more than 2, you've made a mistake. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people aren't. Again, I do have, like, my worries about it, and, like, they're not that big worries. It's literally just, like, what I like about, like, here, for example. Slow cutscene build-up into cool action sequence. Like, with a JRPG, like, you are changing that up. So I intentionally held off a little bit there so they'd stop walking away from me. 2 combo here is good. 1 is amazing, but I kinda went after the wrong enemy first. Haha, and pushed the rest away. The camera angle here is solely dependent on what the camera angle was at the end of the fight. So this section shouldn't glitch out, but can. So there's a very quick way of doing this, and the PC version slightly fucks that up a little bit. It's usually fine. As soon as they start moving, you've got to get out of this hiding spot. Please move. Because it's based on the first person to run. So that last guy leaving last is really bad. That group down the end won't see us. Okay, they didn't see us, thank God. Ooh, thank God. You literally only have to get past that one group of enemies. That's it. Like, none of the other groups of enemies will see you, and there's no reason for these hiding spots other than if they do accidentally see you, which they shouldn't do. Literally, the PC version is a little worrying because of the higher FPS with that bit. Right, Lagu, it's happened on, like, the last 3 or 4 runs I've done of this, so to not have it happen here is very nice. Focus on this QT real quick. If you fail this QT again, just like earlier, it's a random fight you have to go through. So the new combat system was side game. Yeah, I can understand that point of view, but at the same time, the devs are clearly confident enough and feel that the game is a mainline one. I mean, the fact that they want to take it obviously in like a different direction. But also the fact that there's certain elements in those trailers that are from previous Yakuza games. Like, and I mean certain characters at that. There's one very interesting, I don't like the way this is split up. Cancel out. That was not good. You really want this in a 1 combo, but it never normally happens. It's really ridiculous, that one. Like, honestly, there's one character in those story cutscenes that I need to know about. Nice gold. Alright. Cool. This is actually going disgustingly well. This is stupid. I've struggled to PB this run for months. And yet here we are. So chapter 9 isn't too bad. Chapter 9 is quite short. I think it's the shortest chapter in the entire game, actually. We need to find a place to hide. Like, the smart... That's the sub story on the right, so be careful. The smart ones of you would say go to Serena, because they don't know about Serena, which is the correct answer. The trouble is that's not the immediate correct answer. You have to go to the KAZAMA family office first, which is a bit dumb, because with the Tojo and the Dojima looking for you, you'd think that they would look at the KAZAMA family office, where you used to be a member of the Yakuza of. It's a little counterintuitive, especially when the game doesn't tell you where to go, and this is like one of only 2 sections of the game that I kind of disagree about the lack of direction with. But now you go to Serena. And you watch out for that kid, because that kid wants a porno mag. Don't buy kids porno mags. Be a responsible adult. Also, for some reason, in Kiwami 2, Serena's on a completely different floor. Not Kiwami 2, Kiwami 1. I don't understand why. It's stupid. You never said you were smart. We got a long unskippable cutscene coming up. Like, I mean, it's non-canon. But Majima everywhere. I believe it. How you doing, good Techno? Yeah, honestly, like, if you look at the Yakuza 7 info and you take out the fact that it's a turn-based RPG, take that out of the equation. Everything else they're saying is typical Yakuza game, and it sounds phenomenal. Like, you've got fucking mini carts. Like, for God's sake, that's amazing. Like, the fact that, as well, the reason why I have faith in it is because of the fact that Nagoshi had a hand in F-Zero GX. That's why I'm slightly excited. I'm not expecting it to be as fast as F-Zero GX, but what I'm saying is that minigame is going to be solid. Very, very solid. Like, a lot more solid than people are giving it credit. I think it's going to be very, very good. The only, like, I don't have any worries for the combat system at all. The only thing that disappoints me about Yakuza 7 is the choice of games in the Club Sega. That's the only thing. Because the reason why it's worked for the past few games, and Judgment, because of the fact that it's still the same array of Space Harrier, Outrun, blah blah blah, is because you had 1 or 2 games to supplement in those Club Segas. Like you had something new in, say, Puyo Puyo, something new in, say, Virtua Fighter, or something new in, say, like Motor Raid, like something that hasn't even been seen outside of Japan. But with 7, there's nothing new, and you're just gonna be getting the same old, which that sucks. But at the same time, go-karts, so it doesn't suck as much. Like, if the actual, like, go-karting and the rest of it is completely fleshed out, I don't care that there's no new arcade games this time. But it's getting to the point where you don't need to reinvent the arcade. You don't need to, like, completely rip out every game and replace them. You can keep your Space Harrier, you can keep your Outrun. But to have just Space Harrier, Outrun, and Fantasy Zone again for, like, the 3rd or 4th game in a row is just too much. So I'm going to move back here so I can grab these chairs. Because that chair is way more damage than the tables, and you can accidentally grab the ashtray with the tables. So that's why we want to move back a little bit there. Bring back Boxelios. Boxelios is good. But it's just, yeah, like, I know we don't get that many, like, different games. I'm not asking for a complete rehaul of the arcade. I'm just saying one different game. Like, the way you did it with Kiwami 2, the way you did it with Judgment, like... But again, go-karts, so who gives a fuck? Like, I'll be spending most of your time in go-karts anyway. The only reason why I'm bummed about the same arcade games is the completion list. Because you all know me, you all know I like to do my 100%. So having to 100% fucking Outrun and Space Harrier again. So, as of this fight, we're starting to get into a bit more varied enemy territory. You can see there's guys with swords, mostly wooden swords. You can see there's guys with daggers, and you can see there's guys with stun guns. Again, get rid of the knives and get rid of the stun guns. The stun gun guy actually hits you faster than you can attack with Beast. So be very, very careful if he decides to hit you. And the baseball bat guys can just knock you around. That guy all the way at the back, that's annoying. So here's the problem. Do not use your heat coming out of this fight. Because you need it. Because this next fight is... Well, actually, no, you don't. You could. Actually, no, I lied. No, you could. You absolutely 100% could. That's a bold-faced lie. If you have one enemy left and he has a lot of HP, 100%. Grab a dagger, use the heat move. Because we're going to be building up our heat right at the start of this fight. I completely forgot there's actually a whole bunch of ads in this fight. Because, hey, guess what? More Yakuza. It's everybody's favorite. Yours and mine. Not Kashiwagi and Nishiki, but they are awesome. It's bloody Kuze. Yet again. I love Kuze. I absolutely love him. Like, he is a quintessential old school Yakuza. Like, he works really well in this, in that he's just like, he's like a bulldog. He's tenacious and he doesn't give up. And he'll just keep coming back until he gets, like, gives Kiryu some respect. Like, so what we want to do specifically here is want to immediately get hit, apparently. He hit attack way faster than I expected. Want to get this sign and absolutely hit everybody that we can. Again, we want to make sure that we have a whole bunch of heat for this fight. So we're intentionally not using any heat actions here. Shit, that went instantly. I needed that to hit. This isn't going to kill. We're going to lose time. We're going to lose some time. I don't want this. Yeah, you can have that. So, this is the reason why Golden Fist is amazing. What's Kuze's HP though? Yeah, no, that disappeared. That doesn't exist anymore. How the hell did I get a fast transition there? That was weird. Hey, Hobo. Are we doing good? Yeah, you can see I'm losing time. That was a very bad fight. Very, very bad fight. I'm surprised he caught me at the start. He's never caught me at the start of that fight. But hey, here we are. So chapter 10 is a quite slow chapter. This one has a lot of breakpoints in it. Kind of like, not a lot of breakpoints, but a lot of like slow bits. It's kind of like Kiryu's laying low. But then it does have one really good set piece. And we have a little bit of speed tech here. It's not impressive again. Here's what you do. You run past Oda. And you don't stop. That's it. You've done it. Congratulations.
Oh my god.
Hey, for the host, Hobo. So basically, the reason why this is speed tech, that NPC who we walked past, who was next to a save point, which you need to remember that save point, by the way. That save point is going to be very important later on. That guy, if you're behind Oda at the time, Oda will stop and have a conversation with you. Should play this one before or after Dead Souls? After Dead Souls. Dead Souls is a very good game, as I will show you tomorrow. How you doing, Tapioca? Hope you're doing good. I will be doing, if not a run of Dead Souls tomorrow, I will be redoing my Dead Souls file for the 5th time. I believe I have, there's an online marathon coming up this weekend called Big Bad Gameathon. I, for some reason, don't have a bot command on it, which I really should do. Trust me, Tapioca is not new to the Yakuza series. He's making a joke about Dead Souls. Tapioca, I believe, has world record in OG 1 and 2. Correct me if I'm wrong with that. We're talking OG 1 and 2, but the Japanese version, so not the amazing English dub version. God, OG 1 is insane. Wait, the house. Quite late. Don't have OG 1 record? Ah, okay. I had a suspicion you did too, but I couldn't remember whether yours and also had OG 1. We gotta go for 3 at some point. Yeah, OG's not remastered. Whenever I talk about the Yakuza series, if I specifically state OG, I'm talking about the original PS2 ones. If I say Kiwami, I mean the remastered Kiwamis. Like, I will always refer to the Kiwamis as Kiwami. That's my general rule of thumb. Also, when I'm doing these runs, I try not to say spoilers for the rest of the series, because I know there's a few people who watch who don't like watching the speedruns of future games, because obviously they don't want to see stuff that happens in future games, because even with speedruns and being able to skip story stuff, you still see spoilers. Like, shout out to this one NPC here who's called the Bum Basher. I still laugh to this day at that name. The Hobo Harasser. The Homeless Hunter. The Bum Basher. So fucking good. There he is. The Bum Basher. Imagine if it becomes a space mecha in Yakuza 10. I could see it happening. I could see that happening, 100%. Cutscene Locky in 14? Really? Huh. How bizarre. Speaking of cutscene locks, shoutouts to Yakuza Dead Souls, where right in the finale, there is a certain boss fight, which I'm obviously not going to talk about until tomorrow, where with that certain fight, if for some reason the FPS is too low coming out of the fight, yes, I just said that right, then the next cutscene will softlock, so it will play the audio but not the video. As soon as the cutscene considers itself finished, the game will hardlock, and then it will crash your PS3. I've had that happen 3 times. I'm not joking. It's not consistent as to when it happens, but when it does happen, it's consistent. Thanks, Dead Souls. So, the trouble about the Homeless Hunters here is that you don't have full heat to begin with, so you don't do that much damage, unfortunately. So we want to try and build up as much heat as possible. Multi-hits obviously are good. Now, I said two-handed weapons are your absolute bread and butter for damage. There's an exception to that rule. Baseball bats. Baseball bats are actually trash. All of the baseball bat's damage is located in its last hit. And this is very much a staple for the more recent Yakuza games. I'm not sure if it's the same with OG 1 and 2, but especially with the recent Yakuza games, baseball bats are kind of trash. When you look at your other options and your other, like, blunt weapons, baseball bats aren't good. They're actually really kind of bad. Sorry, Doggo, you're in the way. Sorry, Doggo. It's a speedrun, I'm sorry. I need to reset now, I feel bad. I got no time to get out of the way. Okay, so whole bunch of plot. Here, we're gonna get the final of the power surges. It's not gonna be the final upgrade we get, because we still have another one, but this is our last of our damage upgrades. We should have just enough to be able to get Power Surge 2. So we're going to Beast, we get Heat Retention 1, which doesn't matter. Then we get Power Surge 2, which we just have enough for. We need another 100 million yen for the final upgrade, so we will get that in a couple of chapters' time. So we're going to start off by attacking these guys for our heat, then we're going to go over to the furniture, and hopefully hit multiple people. Which we didn't, that's good. We need people to come over, that's the problem. They all kind of reacted in fear. Sofa, furniture, stuff like that is still king over, like, trying to multiple hit multiple people. You see how many we just took out there, for example? I kind of reacted slowly to that. Nice. I was wondering if that would work. Again, switch to Rush. Rush has the fastest of all of your movement speeds. Punch the door. That's the Stamina and Royale. If you need a little pick-me-up health-wise. Yeah, I never renamed this split. I had funny names for all my splits. Like, all the Kuze names are Star Wars names. Star Wars movie names, for instance. And then when it came to this one, I was just like, I don't have any. Nice hit. Very nice hit. So again, we're going to run forward and go to this lantern. Hopefully everybody comes over. This guy behind us is a pain. Try not to leave anybody behind for Oda and Tachibana to deal with, because they're actually kind of not good at it. Except this time they are. Somehow. I'm gonna grab the gun, shoot the guy. There we go. Dodge past him so we don't get hit. Take care of most of these guys. We can always come back to the other guy. It's better to take care of all of these when they're all, wow, bunched up together. Now comes the horrible one. Find that name funny though? Yeah. It's just like, hey, I need a chapter 10 split. Hello. So the way this guy reacts is completely random. He can react in a couple of different ways. We want him to not guard, which doesn't always happen. So we're gonna do a strong attack in the hopes that we can hit him. Nope, he's gonna dodge, which is fine. Nice, that's fine. Dodging hit, as long as we don't get hit, that's fine, because getting hit, it obviously works like a blade. Like, you'll go down. Alright, off we go. These guys are going to dodge this first guy. Take care of the rest. Even though those cones are there, they're not actually a weapon. Try and take care of this guy first. The guy in the darker suit. He guards a lot more than the rest of them. Surprised so many went after these two. That's kind of annoying. Not good. Not good. Hey, so we're gonna switch again to Rush. Head over to these lanterns, because obviously these lanterns are pretty good at dealing with a courtyard full of enemies. So once we take care of a certain number of them, the last of the enemies will spawn. They're all pretty split up, which isn't too great, but it is okay, because everyone's gonna go into different positions after this guy comes in. So again, we're actually gonna slowly waltz over here in the hopes that he runs over and tries to attack so that we can hit him. He is the worst out of all of them because obviously he'll guard with his sword and there's nothing you can do about it. So again, we'll go over here and hopefully be behind everyone. Use the hyper armor of grabbing and using the lantern. Not bad. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. We'll take that. Yeah, not a bad Tojo HQ. Every time you go to Tojo HQ, there's always a party. Every time. Never changes. Stamina's still a few bucks. Yeah, the economy was really, really crazy in this. So, even though we're going back to the same place they're going to, they don't give us a lift there. We've got to make our own way. So, we've got to head over to Little Asia. Again, we're just going to take a taxi over there because it's on the other side of town. Hopefully, no fight spawns or shakedown here. I'm going to intentionally... Yeah, we're fine. I was going to say, I'm going to intentionally try and find a fight spawn on the way through, but we're fine. Boulevard. Yeah, it's like sexually busy, so it's like 10,000 yen, but it's like it's more true to life rather than video gamey, which I like. Mind you, 10,000 yen for a taxi at this time of night. Eee. So again, be very careful you don't run into Komoji on the right, because even though he's like in the parking lot almost, his hitbox is stupidly large. So, here's something cute. We aren't going to see Shakedown with Kiryu again for potentially a long time. So potentially the finale. That's not to say that Shakedown is gone yet, because he's not. He's definitely not. But we're not going to have that much of a chance to see Shakedown at all for the next couple of chapters. Remember when I said there were 2 points where Shakedown can end the run? Yeah, second one's coming up in this chapter. If he spawns in. If he spawns in, we're going to be in trouble. So, this is the make or break chapter. This is where either we'll know if I PB or not. For the most part. This is the horriblest chapter in the game. Most, not all, most Yakuza games have a Colosseum. And most of the time they introduce you to said Colosseum. The trouble is here is that Majima's Colosseum is horrifically hard. Especially in the speedrun. $8 for an Uber because somebody jumped in the 96 subway station. Oh dear. That's not good. That's definitely not good. You weren't there when there was a massive power cut in New York, right? Because I remember I can't remember like how long ago it was. It might have been like a little like further back where there was like a massive power cut. Like the majority of like New York just shut down. One combo, by the way. Again, small enclosed spaces, lots of furniture, breaker star. Literally amazing. Would have been crazy? Yeah. Yeah, there was like a few pictures on Twitter of like just like people just walking around like kind of stunned because like you don't expect like a big city like New York to lose power. No Shakedown, we're good. This is the point where Shakedown can end a run because obviously you want to get to this lad here. It's called Billiken. And you can have Shakedown walk towards you along that bridge and there's no way to deal with him. That was in July. You were in the city for your birthday. Oh. How was that? Because, like, that must have been, like, real experience, actually. I remember just seeing a whole bunch of people just, like, so confused, like... Also, I would not have liked to have been on the subway, or, like, in the subway stations, like, during that, like, power cut, because, oh god, I bet that was dark. Hey, so, say hello to Majima's Colosseum. This is awful. There are 3 fights. Here's the first one. His name is Ginger Chapman. He has a knife. So, as you can expect, he's a knife enemy. This guy blocks a lot. I'm going to move away intentionally to try and stop his block, which didn't go well. Wait, again. We're going to, if we can, use Nishitani strats as much as possible. You can see how little damage we're actually doing. Like, it's kind of crazy. Now, Ginger Chapman is the most unique out of all 3 of the fights in here, because he's the only one that doesn't have a heat mode. So again, we want to try and make sure they don't get to their heat mode early. Say hello to Dr. Kirihito. He has claws, which again act like knives. So he will be blocking a lot. He will also be able to stab us. We want to be very careful. That was a decent Ginger Chapman. Okay, you just stand there. That's weird. So, I'm moving away, which is fine. This is good, because he's going to stay down. As long as I can keep him next to the wall. Okay. When they're in the middle of their power-up like that, he attack him. Easy peasy. That was a decent Dr. Kirihito. That doesn't happen often. Dr. Kirihito doesn't happen very often. So we're going to start Slugger for this next fight, which is not good. We've had 2 good fights so far, which that's worrying, because that means that the next lad And he's a lad, alright. He's gonna destroy us. Billiken's eyes, excuse me? Say hello to Dead Puncher, because he punches your speedruns dead. This guy, despite the fact that he is the one that doesn't have a bladed weapon, is one of the most dangerous out of the three. He has a heat mode, and he also has, because he's a larger enemy, an insane amount of hyper armor. So, this is one of the biggest fights that can go wrong in the run outside of Bruno. Again, we're going to switch to Breaker first, because we do not want to be Slugger in this fight. Nice moving away to stop him guarding. Which sucks that we didn't get the last hit. Dodge, because he's going to, yep. You can get behind him, you can basically, like, negate his guard, but that's kind of hard as well. Again, just don't get punched. Oh, that put me on the ground. That's not good. He's a lot harder to knock to the ground as well when he's his heat. Not impossible, but a lot harder. I don't think this will kill him. So I'm just gonna intentionally wait just in case. It will, it should do. But what is it? Okay, Dead Puncher. I'll take that Colosseum, honestly. I've had far worse. Like, I've had very far worse. I'll take that. That's fine. That's probably up there in our top 5, honestly. Like, I can't stress enough how horrific that Colosseum can go. That was a very good Colosseum, which normally doesn't happen in runs that are ahead. So I'm very happy with that. Well, live ones and dead ones. That's not good. That is not good. I mean, speaking of, like, cleanliness and stuff, I want to go to Japan, because, like, I always hear about how clean Japan is, but, like, I mean, the only place I've been other than England is Sweden, and let's be honest, England isn't exactly a paragon of beauty, but Sweden itself is absolutely beautiful. Sweden itself is an absolutely gorgeous country. It really is. Like, the first time I went there 3 years ago for ESA, when it was in Reykjavik, we had to take a train that was... It takes like 3 hours. You get a train from Copenhagen all the way there. It takes about 3 hours, and you go past a whole bunch of scenery, a whole bunch of like countryside, and it's just, I don't know what it is, but it's so much more cleaner than... I gotta dodge because I'm not in Breaker. Didn't attack me for once, Nishtani. Interesting. It's just so much cleaner than England. So again, we want Nishtani strats. We want to keep Nishtani down as much as possible. We don't want him to get to his heat mode at all. I kind of want to keep him in the corner with the jail cell door, but that's not happening, so we'll go to this back wall. Because the closer to a corner you are, the easier it is to, yep, hit that and keep him down. So I'm intentionally getting him to 1 HP. You might be wondering why I'm still going with this. Intentionally want him as low HP as possible, because we want all the damage to be done in the QTE. So we'll cancel out here. First QTE. Yeah, no, London Underground ain't that clean. Also, the London Underground is so hot. Like, so ridiculously brain-meltingly hot. You go there on the London Underground when it's one of those days where it's like 25 degrees plus, you'll bake. It's awful. Yeah, please do. Nice, we got the quick one. You can see that even with a good Colosseum and a good Nishtani fight, I'm still losing time. That is how much a good Colosseum fight can change everything. Like, The power of a good Colosseum fight is ridiculous. This was, like, that was a good Colosseum as well. So, it is bizarre. Yeah, the reason is you have to see all of the mid-fight QTEs before you can end a boss. So, with, like, that, obviously, he'll stay at 1 HP. Every boss will stay at 1 HP until you've seen all of their mid-fight QTEs. There's no exceptions to that in this game. In certain Yakuzas, there are exceptions to that rule, but in Zero, there is not. Main lines of Tokyo are clean and neat, but since I have so many companies running them, some just as filthy. That sucks. I also hear that you do not want to take the train in Tokyo when it is peak hours. Actually, no, you're right, Techno. No, you are. Yeah, it depends, because like that's not a mid-fight QT. That's a special. That's a special QT. That one. That one's supposed to heal either you or Nishiki. It's not technically a mid-fight QT. His mid-fight QT is the one where he like runs you across the bar. That's the mid-fight QT, but that's a bit more of a special one where if you let him like get you into a certain place, then it like triggers. Brazil, which temperatures are getting around 32. Yeah, I mean, listen, I feel you. I'm British. It rains here all the time. Anything above 15 degrees, oh, I'm melting. During rush hour, they do push you back into the door close in nice like sardines. I heard Derpa got pushed off the train at peak time. So when I do eventually go to Japan for holiday, I ain't going on the trains at peak time. So I'm just gonna start a local recording here just in case my internet cuts out. Because I've had, there's a really weird thing with my ISP where sometimes my internet will cut out at exactly 48 minutes past midnight. Yeah, I don't know why either. I assume it's like a firmware update time or something, but it hasn't happened for a long time, but it can happen. So just in case, let's get that local recording, because we're 2 minutes away from it. Nice, they're all lined up together. That's good. So you can have one of them disappear and like kind of walk away there. This place is mostly optimized. Like, you'll see my starting position here was to try and hit, obviously, this guy, and then, like, move on to the rest of them. It's fine that they don't all go down, because what we can do is go from them onto the next set. Make sure you go for the ones the most HP first, because obviously the other one's just going to go down. The other rule of thumb is if you have any enemies that are aggro to you, you can leave those, because they should come up. You're getting frost at night there already? We're not. It's bloody the middle of September, and it was like 25 yesterday. In the middle of September, in England. Okay, that guy is afraid up there, which is bad. So the guy on the right, he's gonna run to us because he's aggro. Not the guy we want to kill. Kill, damn it, that guy. For that reason, he will interrupt you in mid-combo. Unfortunately, you can push him quite far away like that, which is not good. Large lads afterwards, especially aggro large lads. Not good. This guy that I'm hitting here is the sub-boss. Again, you don't want to hit him, you want to hit the guy with the knife. I moved away intentionally so I didn't get drop kicked there. It's little things like that with the fight optimization. See the delay that I did? Is to let him drop his guard. Hell warm this year? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Global warming is a genuine thing, and it annoys me when the higher up politicians say global warming is just a myth. No, it's bloody not. We don't like air conditioning in England. Please turn it down. Thank you. Respect the sun, because the sun doesn't respect us. So, the geishas here are interesting. There's 2 aggro, that's not good. They have a lot, I mean, a lot of hyper armor and also guard a lot. When they aggro, you want to be very careful because they'll interrupt your combos. Whenever you get a geisha that isn't guarding, go after them. Like, if you're in the middle of hitting one, go after them. Don't bother with large numbers because they can just guard it completely. See that hyper armor? And again! Yeah, this guy is a problem. Okay, this is not good. Nice. So you can see we're almost at 100 million, so we can almost get Kiryu's final skill. We'll be able to do that after this chapter. Cold somewhere on Earth while having a global warming. Exactly, right? If it's cold somewhere, global warming can't be a thing. It's that logic that's just so fucked up. So you want to try and stick to a corner here. Hopefully one of these guys will come over. Once you take care of 3 of them, you can see that a few of them actually came out of the wall there. And again, in a second, we're going to try and get these 2 and push back towards that corner. Oh, hey! Geishas! This is why we want this corner, is because there's 2 of them. Angry Geisha, take care of it. Don't worry about this. I say don't worry about this aggro guy. He's actually getting in a few good hits. Nice slide. That's gonna angry. No, it's not. Huh. I'm surprised. I really thought that Geisha would have angried there. Nice. So, if you have a couple of enemies who are guarding as well, when you're in Breaker, just move away from them a little bit. Like, you'll keep doing your combo. Is our biggest fan. I make that joke every time, and I'm not sorry. So, I don't like pushing him down this way, because there's actually a really good set of furniture the other way. And again, this guy does not like to stay down. The fortunate thing is, these fans aren't blades, so you can just keep pummeling him. 2 combo is fine. I'll take that. If you're playing this casually, you see that safe in the back there? Go break that open. Just go break it open. You get a nice little bit of goodies out of it. But we don't need any cash in the speedrun anymore, so... Yeah, there's a couple of enemies that do have like a whole boatload of money. He has a lot of it. So, say hello to Sarah. Sarah is, in the run, not disgusting. In the game, horrific. In the climax battles that you can access via the pause menu after the end of the game, there is a fight against Sarah. He is disgusting. He will counter almost your every single move. Sarah is a genuine force to be reckoned with. He's one of the hardest bosses in the game, despite the fact that casually when you play through the game, he's not actually that hard. If I give up on the climax battles, I cheesed the ever-loving shit out of him. I had to. Like, he just counters your everything when he's in heat. Like, so Nishitani's strat does work against Sarah, but you do have to get a little lucky that he doesn't get up here, which is why we want to obviously push him back. And again, we want to make sure he doesn't go into his heat mode early. He probably is. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Nishitani and Lee fights aren't too bad, but the Sarah fight is. Yeah, he got up. That was unfortunate. It was always going to happen. Don't fail that QTE. So that's very unfortunate because he has a lot of HP left. So again, heat mode, extra defense, extra attack. And he's going to counter us at some point, probably. I'm going to start my combo away so that I can bait him. There you go. There you go. You saw it. He actually got one off. And then obviously we're trying to get behind Sarah. I hate that move. That move just stops you. It's not the worst counter in the series. There are some worse ones, but it's in the top 10 for sure. There's actually one in Kiwami 2 that's a complete, like, it wasn't in the original Yakuza 2. It's a complete addition to Kiwami 2. It's one of the best counters in the entire series. And it's in a side thing. It's disgusting. I hate it. But yeah, we saved only 4 seconds because my Camellia Grove is super, super optimized. That's one of the chapters that I think became optimized quickest because it's only a big set piece and you can pretty much manipulate the AI to do what you want for the most part. Fan Man, eh. So, Kiryu in SOTENBORI. The nice parts. You don't have to worry about sub-stories. There are no sub-stories in either character's other city. There's no shakedown. There is absolutely no shakedown at all for either character when they're in the other cities. Which is phenomenal, because Kiryu is going to be in SOTENBORI for this chapter, and Majima is going to be in Kamurocho for the rest of the game. Majima can no longer see shakedown. That is one shakedown eliminated from the equation, which is good. So, Oda's going to be waiting for a call from Tachibana. We're going to go over there, and we're going to start up this next segment. Remember when we were in Chapter 5, and we had our little bit of speed tech? What if I was to tell you we got more speed tech in this chapter? And it's actually a bit more involved this time. I can't believe Shakedown just dies off camera like this. It's like some kind of soap opera, isn't it? Keep look on the right-hand side of the screen. That's your last sighting of Mr. Libido. See you later, my dude. So, we are now in a 15-minute real-world wait. Much longer than the 5 minutes back in Chapter 5. Here's the other thing. There's a hidden trigger that isn't in Chapter 5 that is in this chapter. So you have to get one of 2 hidden triggers. One of them is obviously Higuchi Kaikan. Kiryu will make the remark that he doesn't think that it's related to the empty lot, when we know that it is. That's one of the triggers. The other one, as you can probably imagine, is in front of the Grand. Now, the reason why I go to this one, even though the taxi is closer at the front of the Grand, is that the Grand has a longer cutscene that is unskippable. And that's the reason why you go down there instead. And then, we just gotta go do what we did before. So, we're gonna go to Sega High-Tech Land. Let's call it Sega High-Tech Arcade. We're gonna play some Space Area. Pop-Tart, thank you so very much for 26 months, holy shit. Yo, I think that means I'm only 8 subs away from the next emote slot. Ew. Except actually, I'm not gonna play Space Harrier. Except I really do want to play Space Harrier a lot. I don't know if any of you have played Space Harrier, but it's an absolutely amazing game, and we need to give it the justice that it deserves, but actually it's kind of shit. I don't want to play it. So, there's the pager. We have just skipped 15 real-life minutes. So here's the reason why that's different. 1, you've got one of the hidden triggers, and 2, as I said earlier in Chapter 5, those minigames only constitute a period of time between 8 to 10 minutes. The reason we know that is because of this skip here. Going and playing Space Harrier once is not enough. You have to do it twice. Once you do, there you go. You can carry on. That does mess with the in-game time a little bit, which is why we don't use the in-game time for the leaderboards. Amongst other reasons as well, because the in-game time is, like, a little manipulatable, which is not good. It's such a shame. Real time is the only, like, actual, like good timing method for the Yakuza games. The in-game time's always been busted. It's such a shame. Like, any fight that you lose, your time will, like, revert to where it was at the beginning of the fight, and sometimes before. Yep, the in-game time does actually get a little messed up by this trick. Good shit, huh? I'm not sure if you can boost it or not. I hit the wrong button. It's been so long since I played this. So here's your shooting segment. A nice little throwback to the original OG Yakuza. Fun fact, this bit can glitch out on you. The camera can glitch out and you can be permanently looking at the floor for a minute if you kill a certain enemy too fast. So we will hopefully not do that. I would actually hate to lose a run to that right here. Shooting is bad. Also, the nice thing is the PC version of Kiwami 2 has mouse support for this. Zero does not. So, all you have to do here is take care of the guy with the submachine gun and then the driver. Easy breezy. If you are on a hard or legend difficulty, do not get hit by a rocket. You get hit by a rocket, you will burn to death. Glitching the game is fun. Yes. Pattern games do that kind of stuff too, you always want to play? Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like, and the sad thing is, in the new engine, that way of skipping time doesn't work. We've not found a way to skip time because Judgment has 3 time-wasting segments like that, and the arcade does not work for any of them, which sucks. Trust me, I am trying a whole bunch of different things. I haven't found a single thing that speeds things up. It's such a shame. And again, take care of the rocket guy, and take care of the pilot. The nice thing is, with Judgment's first one, you can use that, like, period to go and get some money. With the second and third ones, unfortunately, you are waiting around. Alright, so, shooting segment over. That's one of the worst parts. Well, actually, the shooting segment isn't even the worst part of the Legend playthrough here. It's actually this bit. It's actually this set piece. If you don't want to see Yakuza 0 spoilers, by the way, now is the time to look away. Because there's going to be some big old spoilers that are unskippable coming up. Or, well, they are skippable, but you're going to see them. Anyway, we're still looking after Makoto, and here's a bunch of Shibuzawa goons. So what we're going to do is going to grab this cart on the left. Start off with. Break it. And then roll. Barrel. Barrel is good. Always barrel. So, I call this guy Circular Saw Lad. It should be pretty obvious as to why that is. Any HP that you leave him with after this segment is what he will have for the next segment. Again, don't bother with heat moves, because you need to keep all this heat damage. Intentionally try and bait out an attack that apparently isn't coming. Apparently it's just not coming. Alright. He usually just rushes you, but not today, apparently. AI is weird sometimes. Fortunately, Makoto stays up here now, so now we don't have to look after it. Gas cylinders. Those gas cylinders in the middle are amazing. Nice hyper armor, my dude. I hate you. I hate him a lot. Oh, you knocked it away. Nice. It was that guy, that lower lad, not the circular saw guy, who had the most HP. Poor order. And that's the end of that chapter. Are we going to be saving time? Nope. Got another cutscene. Messed up D-pad. A little bit. Yay. Seriously, you have a Spyro problem? Nice. Alright, so we are back in Kamurocho. There is the forecast is a slight chance of Shakedown. Not a big chance, but he could still be here. We got a little bit of running around to do, not a lot. This is an amazing chapter. We're gonna go back to Little Asia. You can also see via the timer that we have less than an hour of the run left. And what I really like about Zero's run is that once you get past chapter 10, everything is like super bombastic until the end. There's a word I haven't heard since the 90s. You have to reset your control stick's position every time you go past Vincent, because old video games, fixed camera angles, ugh. Also, this is like a whole segment of like 16 skippable cutscenes in a row, which is nice. Something like 16, something like that. Here's a bunch of dudes. You probably saw what we're going to go grab first. It's on the left-hand side of the screen. We're going to grab this cart, build up our heat real quick, knock down a whole bunch of people, go over here, grab either the cart or the chair. Doesn't matter which. Not bad. Not bad. Can go faster, though. Right, so. More skippable cutscenes, which is nice. That final upgrade I talked about, we're going to get it right now. Well, not right now, but when the fight starts. So again, Little Asia is like kind of awkward to traverse, considering it's like really thin corridors and stuff. You'll never have a fight in there, which is nice. And this is the last of, no, almost last part of our skippable cutscenes. And here comes us making up with our BFF Nishiki. This is such a good bit. We're gonna switch to Rush, go to this motorbike, because this motorbike is super strong. And we're gonna get the final upgrade, Essence of the Beast Torment. You might see us use this in this fight. You might not. Not the guy I wanted to hit with the bike. That works. These two are the worst because they do a lot of damage and they have a lot of like hyper armor and stuff. And they dodge. I got you, Nishiki. Nice. That actually wasn't too bad. I'll take that. So, no more shakedown in this chapter. Loud noises. I don't know why that bit gets slightly loud there, but it does. Because we're going to be with Nishiki. Actually, yeah, we are. So, there shouldn't be any shakedown here. Again, we've got the old Vincent Crossroads. It's that guy's the spawn, so that's good. You can see that every time you come here, there's usually always a spawn. Outside of, like, very certain parts. It's just a high spawn rate place. It's not nice. It's really not nice. This is one of these chapters that I don't save much time in, because, like, my best segments here are kind of insane. So hopefully. Hopefully. And this is the last of Kiryu's normal chapters up until the finale, by the way. Okay, so we know where Tachibana's been taken. So we're going to head over there with Nishiki now. Again, with Nishiki, no sub-stories, so we can go full wherever we want without having to worry about running into anything. And as I said, there shouldn't be shakedown. I'm fairly certain shakedown does not spawn in this segment. That's the fight spawn there. That's fine. Just be careful. Yep, because sub-stories you can see isn't here. So you can literally skip by and go here. And here comes a super, super awesome fight intro. I'm gonna shut up for this bit. This still gives me goosebumps to this day.
そうかい。なるようになっちまうもんだな。くぜ
God damn, that's so cool. Kuze 4, the actual dangerous Kuze fight. Absolutely love that scene. So we're going to start off attacking, and hopefully we can hit him before he hits us, which we didn't. Oh well. Let's just build up a little bit more of our heat again, because it's not max anymore. Hey, Kuze, watch his HP bar. Essence of the Beast Torment is an entire HP bar, by the way. So let's grab this cart, hit all these enemies, build our heat up to max again. Use this on Kuze. Last hit of it. Good damage. Nishiki, little help here. Nice grab, bro. Okay, Kuze fight. Not the best we've had, but I'll take it. And yeah, that's Kuze 4. That's actually a dangerous fight. That fight can go very horribly wrong. Huh. Neat. I don't understand how I'm saving this much time. It's actually kind of ridiculous. I actually don't understand. This has been an amazing run. I really don't understand. So, speaking of characters in their other cities, say hello to Majima and Kamurocho. Now, here's the cute thing about Majima and Kamurocho. Despite the fact that they're the same for Kyo and Sotenbori, the taxi list for Majima and Kamurocho is completely different. No, I don't understand why either. It's a little silly. I have set my splits to PB and not average, right? Because this is ridiculous. This doesn't feel right. Either way, don't forget you have Cash Confetti. There is usually a fight spawn around here somewhere. I don't like how there isn't. That means there's one in here somewhere. Oh, hey. Right there. We gotta do that. Just in case. I could easily have just ran to this guy, but I didn't want to risk it. Not being this close. When sub 4, I was actually going into this run thinking sub 4 is an impossibility. But considering I've lost a minute to a split earlier on, might be possible. Might genuinely be possible. I genuinely don't understand how I am saving this much time. Like, I've never been this far ahead in a zero run for such a long time. I've always been behind, like. And this is a D-Rust. This is not like after loads of practice. This is a D-Rust. Like, I don't understand this run. It's a really good run. There's certain elements that are pretty bad. If sub 4 happens, that kills this run. So, start off breaker, you can see there's a whole bunch of people together. Bounce them. Try and get them again all together if you can. That's the key. Fortunately, this guy moved away, otherwise he could have had a 2 combo, which would have been amazing. 2 combo is amazing. 3 combo is ideal. 1 combo has happened once, I believe. Actually disgusting. But you can see that the enemies now are starting to get a bit more of a defense upgrade. The way the Yakuza games work is every so often, like every few chapters, they'll get like HP and defense upgrades. I'm fairly certain one of them is chapter 7. And I'm very certain one is chapter 12 or 13. So, Majima's after Kiryu, because he thinks that Kiryu has Makoto, which we know he does. So we're going to his old Yakuza family, the KAZAMA family. Oh boy. You remember earlier on, when I mentioned a QTE that on Legend difficulty is so disgusting that you have less than a third of a second to react to it? Hi. Say hello to Kashiwagi. Kashiwagi is awesome. He is the boss. He is absolutely cool. He has the scariest QTE in the entire game. You don't get it on normal. Even on easy and normal, where you've got more time to react, you still got about a second, or maybe even less than a second to react. This QTE coming up is horrible. It's really hard, for good reason, because Kashiwagi is the best. So again, we want to get in as close to war as we can, so we can do Nishitani strats. Again, delay that heat as long as possible. Oh no, I did the wrong move. Well, that's bad. I managed to get that off, and I'm surprised that worked. I'm very surprised that worked. On Legend difficulty, when you don't get any HP upgrades for this QTE, it takes off 4/5 of your HP. If not 7/8. Watch this. See how fast that was? And you have less time on Legend? Yeah? Yeah? That was a very good Kashiwagi fight. Now for a fight that could cause the run to end. No joke. Like, I'm 3 minutes ahead, and I'm scared of this next fight. Because this next fight can glitch out. And it could cost us the run. And I'm not even joking. I love this fight, and I love the shades of this fight for reasons I'm not gonna go into. You speak of characters that have one hell of a counter. Try this one. Yep, it's Nishiki. When he gets into his heat mode, he has a counter that is disgusting. However, we're in Serena, a small enclosed space with lots of furniture. See his HP get absolutely shredded. So, we're in QTE range. The trouble is, the QTE might not work. And that happens. Nishiki can stand still for about a minute. More. I don't want to break all this furniture if I can help it. Oh well, it's fine because he's got no HP. Come on. No, grab me. There you go. So because he didn't do it, I have to manually let him do it. So normally he'll automatically go straight into that. But if he doesn't, you have to let him grab you. But what he can do is just stand still and literally glitch out for a good minute, even if you get his HP to 1. Yep, I've had that happen multiple times. Nishiki is a weird fight. That's the fight spawn in front of us, so we can probably attest from that there's going to be one inside the empty lot. This is also why I wanted a bit more extra stamina on Majima, because you can see that he runs out very quickly. One more would have been great, but we're 1 CP off, and we usually are. I should probably pick up the... I have an idea for that. So there should be a spawn in here. Yep, it's behind us. Shimano and his amazing eyebrow game. Gotta respect a man who has amazing eyebrows. Nope. Split always at the end of the chapter. Right there. Surprised I only lost a second and a half to that. I think my PB had a scuffed Majima? Yeah, a scuffed Nishiki fight. I'm fairly certain. Anyway, the final normal chapter of the game. Silo to Takoyaki quest. This is painful. So, there is actually technically speed tech here. We have to get Makoto to Takoyaki stand. She has a little bit of her vision back, not fully, and she can walk on her own. Which unfortunately means we gotta go slowly. Now, every so often, that's gonna happen, where she'll randomly fall over. That was very early for once. That's not good. It's random. It is completely random. And if you look at the minimap at how both us and Makoto are like a chevron kind of shape, so we're both like an arrow. When we get more than one arrow away from Makoto, which might happen here, this happens. Now look at the minimap. Notice how she's close to us again. If you're not looking at Makoto, she will teleport to you. Whenever you're speaking like this, or Makoto is speaking, she won't fall over. Nice. So, it's literally RNG, this bit. So, if you're looking at her, she won't teleport to you. Instead, you'll have to wait until she walks up to you. Hence why you do not look at Makoto here. Poor girl, you don't pay her any attention. You literally just keep walking. But you can't run here, you can't do anything else here. She's falling a lot. Ideally, I will get past the corner of the pachinko place here. At least I think it's pachinko in this. Actually, it looks like it's a slot place. Yeah. Wait, no, it might not be. No, that's pachinko, you know. Wow, we actually walked so far ahead that she has to teleport anyway. I wanted to do it after this corner because she can get stuck a little bit. So she might teleport 3 times, which ain't good. Really not good. Because obviously the more amount of times she teleports, the more time you have to wait for her to catch up. And it's just random. This might push her over. Oh, that's close. So, here's my biggest pet peeve with the old engine. Notice how we're bigger than this gap. It's got an invisible wall around it. And you can't get through it. I hate it. The new engine gives you so much better movement. It's so nice. So, Takoyaki quest. Done. Thumbs up. But this is the last normal chapter of the game. After this is finale. I ran a finale once that I've never been able to beat. It's that pretty much optimized. Like, my gold split for the finale is actually disgusting. My gold split for the finale is so disgusting, I set it on PS4. With worse load times than PC. And I've not been able to beat it since. That's how disgusting my finale is. There's one split in that finale that I cannot beat, no matter what I try. So I'm really hoping in this really weird run, where I'm actually doing really well, that I hit it. Because I need that finale split beaten at some point. I'm literally losing life to it. I actually get caught in geometry less in the new engine, weirdly enough. I really like the new engine a lot more for movement. A lot more. Hey Mac, how you doing? Should have been sleeping for at least 3 hours already. That sucks. I hate it when you get nights where you can't sleep. For this one, we gotta go to the empty lot. There is no taxi point in the middle of the city, unlike in the newer games. So we're just going to run it. And this is why we want 1 cash confetti and 2 more sprint on stamina. On stamina? On Majima. I'm being very careful in case there's a spawn down here, because it's there, but it's one of those that's good. Because I like cutting through here because it is the quickest way. Looking at this, that means there's probably a spawn in here. So get to about here. Get stamina back. No. Huh. That's new for once. Not bad. First person in new games. I go first person in certain parts. Like, if I have to go inside of, like, buildings and stuff, and I won't say the reasons why for spoilers, obviously, but in Yakuza 6, there's an indoor section where you need to get an item. This is unskippable, right? Yeah. I always forget with this one. There's an item in an indoor section where you literally just have to walk around this, like, really small table, but because it's, like, someone's bedroom, there's no room at all. So I always just first person there because you can just spin and look at the same time, which is nice. Being able to run around in first person is actually legit in these games, but it's a lot harder to see when you're running out of stamina. Which is why you get stamina ups or you get one of the drinks that gives you infinite stamina. Which, notice that after Yakuza 6, they got rid of CC Lemon as the attack drink, and notice after Kiwami 2, they got rid of the vending machine drinks completely. They're not in Judgment, and they're not in 7. They realized that they were overpowered, and they are overpowered. Giving you unlimited sprint and, like, almost 80% attack up, that's disgusting. Like, the Yakuza devs are very, very good at noticing when things are overpowered. That's why every Yakuza run is different, and that's why I find them fun. Like, whilst this one is a way more physical run, and, like, obviously we use a lot more, like, of our, like, fighting styles, Kiwami 2, for example, is a way more weapon-based run. And it's good, because, like, each run is different, and it's nice. Yakuza 3 is a golf-based run. That's the only reason why I haven't started learning Yakuza 3 speedrun yet. Okay, I'm gonna go after the guys with knives first. I'm not sure how neither of us hit each other there, but alright. Wow, this guy has a lot of health. What the hell? It just not hit you or anything? That's the only trouble about, like, focusing on the enemies that will actually, like, stag you, like the baseball bat guys and the knife guys, is sometimes one person will get away. So we're gonna go to the Sebastian building. There's no real good, like, you're in the middle of the map. There's no good taxi for this. So I'm gonna go up via the Vincent Crossroads, despite the amount of times that I have sworn at this crossroads how bad it is in regards to enemy spawns, because I'm stupid like that. But again, with Majima, there's no shakedown in Kamurocho. That's the fight spawn there, that singular guy. So again, the Vincent Crossroads. There's another fight spawn there. Like, there's so many fight spawns around here, yet for some reason, I just go this way. I think it is the slightly quicker route, but not by much. Like, honestly, I should be going to the Pink Street entrance taxi point. Honestly. Yeah, Yakuza 0 is the best starting point, which is weird considering there's a remake of the first game. You'd think that the remake of the first game is the best starting point, but that remake adds like 30 minutes of scenes based on scenes in Yakuza 0. So actually, Yakuza 0 is an amazing starting point. And either way, like, I'll never tell people go one or the other. I'll say if you can, start with 0, but if you want to start with the original game, start with the original game. Just remember, whichever order you play 0 and Kiwami 1 in, Kiwami 1 is still very dated by some of the fact that it's still using a lot of what was on the PS2. So, you know. And I'll never tell people to go for the OGs, because that's just... That's... No. No. Unless you want to experience the very first English dub. Which is a meme in and of itself, for good reason. Mark Hamill as Majima, who does an amazing job, by the way. Like, the original Yakuza OG 1 dub is insane. I wonder whether, because they're calling it Yakuza Like a Dragon, and not outright Yakuza 7, whether 7 will actually be dubbed like Judgment. I don't like how I'm dealing with this room, by the way. You want to go in a clockwise or anti-clockwise direction so that you can get all the enemies together. And you can see that, like, this guy has all his HP left. So we're doing more combos than we really should be doing. Especially when I kick them away. Yeah, if the HD collection had made it here, I would have also suggested one. But the fact that those games are so slow, OG2 is not that slow. OG2 is good. Like, that's, like, I'll be honest, like, even though, obviously, OG1, when it first came out, it's the first Yakuza game I played, wasn't over the moon with it. Didn't particularly like it, if I'm being honest. But Yakuza 2 was insanely good. Like, the fighting system was way better, way expanded. The load times were so much better. Like, so much better. Just, Yakuza 2 was better than Yakuza 1. It's one of those sequels that is better than the first one in pretty much every single way. Like, they really built on it. They really, really built off it, and it's amazing. Right, so be careful with aggro lads and also big, large lad sender. He just sent me. Stop sending me. I'm behind you now. Oh, no. And again, he will start blocking, so move away to get rid of his block. Get rid of that aggro guard before he knocks you out of your combo. Just work on everybody before you work on sending it. Okay. Aggro guy, you gotta go. That's why. Oh no, Hyperon. That's why I don't like this guy. I hate him. He's awful. We're gonna lose time. There's Makoto. Don't worry about her. She's fine, by the way. You know, you've seen the Yakuza series. Gunshots never hurt anybody. Probably. Yeah, you can see that compared to my gold here, we're gonna save time on the split. Maybe? Probably not, actually. Holy shit. Ooh, that was tight. But you can see how much time I started losing that. That was a really bad Sebastian building. 8.T jobs. K2 felt like a huge improvement over K1, not just because of the engine. A lot of people like either like or dislike the new engine with its fighting style. I like both. I'm one of those people that honestly likes both. Like, there's group combat feels way better in the new engine. It's one of the reasons why I wasn't a fan of Fist of the North Star, was because a lot of what Fist of the North Star wanted you to do was group combat. And the trouble was, I agree that they should have used the odd engine like they did, but group combat in that game suffers because you lock onto one enemy like you do in this engine. Quite like features new engines for them. Yeah, like, the new engine reminds me of when we were going from Yakuza 2 to Yakuza 3 for the first time, and even just the fact that everything went full 3D was just insane. Like, it's the little things that make so much of a difference. Like, I can't remember if it was Yakuza 4 or... I think it was Yakuza 4 that introduced this. Being able to order multiple items on a food menu. It's the dumbest thing. It's the smallest thing. Having a check mark next to food that you've eaten in a restaurant. It's the smallest, dumbest thing, but it makes a world of difference. Instead of having to constantly go back to a menu all the time. Also, even though this phone isn't on the map, this is the closest phone to the next story point, so you want to go for this one inside a Little Asia. But honestly, like, I like the new engine, and the new engine is getting a lot of improvements. Like, I can understand why people disliked it with 6, because with 6 it did feel a tiny bit bare bones for good reason. But every game since then, it's been getting better and better and better. Oh look, there's a fight spawn at the Vincent Crossroad. And it's looking right at me. The actual, like, trigger is right here, but I wouldn't have made that. There's no way I would have made that. Order more food than usual if you went there on a date, but not if you were by yourself. I want to say 5. Might be wrong with that. But then there's so much to 5 that I love 5. I can't wait for the remaster of 5 because 5 at a stable 60 FPS, a stable above 20 FPS is going to be insane. Like, I want to like 5, but 5's struggling frame rate just hurts too much. So 5 in HD with stable 60? Oh my god. I can't wait. I honestly can't wait. And game actually works towards completion in. Yeah, that 100% is kind of crazy. So again, take care of the guy with the knife and the electric baton. Put them all over here actually, it's not too bad. Because I can use the... I was going to get away, but I didn't. And use the plant here. It's not the best weapon to use. It kind of stuns everybody, but it's better than a baseball bat. Now, remember what I said earlier. Look at our HP, and notice the fact that it's not actually that full. And it's not because we got hit in this fight. Our HP is variable by the fact that the chapter before this, leading into the finale, doesn't heal us. So if you think about it, we've gone straight from KAZAMA 4 to that fight, and we're about to go and meet up with another boss. So you barely have any breathing room, and you can notice by the minimap we're being shepherded in a specific direction. The nice thing, no sub-stories. The bad thing, there's a shakedown on the loose. Shakedown, this is the very final time that you can see Shakedown, and yes, he has tried to block my way in PB attempts before, so we're going to be very careful. That's a... I should cash confetti that. My stamina's so low, I should cash confetti this. I'm pushing this. Okay, well, you're lucky. I usually have a look around for Shakedown, but not in that situation. He's not down there. He's not down there. Well, that's it. No more Shakedown.
Oh my god.
Yo, half coordinated. Thank you so very much for the raid. Oh, I'm losing my voice all of a sudden. How was your stream? Hopefully it was good. This is an insane paced run for some reason, and we lost a minute in one of the earlier chapters. I'm not sure how this run is going this well. But yeah, as I was saying, the chapter before this doesn't heal us, so we've essentially gone from KAZAMA 4 to a fight that has a stun rod and a knife guy to KAZAMA 5. Seems good? Excellent. Excellent, nice to hear. I love KAZAMA 5. This is a good fight. Again, this isn't actually the most dangerous KAZAMA. That would be 4. This one can get away from you, but I have a method of doing this fight. Quotation marks. Well. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll backwards to the left. There is a sign. We're going to grab that and hit KAZAMA with it 3 times. And then we're going to Essence the Beast Torment. This is going to get him down to almost 2 HP bars. Or it did actually. Yeah, nice little bit of damage. We're going to go over here. And we're going to grab one of the signs. KAZAMA's now in heat. The QTE is coming up real soon. Again, usual rules apply. You've got to see the QTE before the fight ends. I wonder if that's enough damage. Say hello to one of the best QTEs in the game. The no-sell into the punch. Now, very importantly, do not expend your heat before you leave this fight. Try and grab either a big motorbike or one of these signs. That's the best for this fight. You can see that compared to my gold, we're actually losing a bit of time, but we did save a little bit, which is nice. The motorbikes are decent. The motorbikes are probably the best course of action you could get, but you walk slowly with them and they don't have as big an attack radius. If you could transition from the coffee sign into one of the motorbikes, that would be ideal. But you have to kind of have KAZAMA be going in that direction, and that doesn't happen very often. Yeah, I absolutely love KAZAMA. Like, KAZAMA now finally, like, gives... Like, you can see it over the course of the game, where KAZAMA is, like... He's this hardened, old-school Yakuza. And over the course of the game, you can kind of see him giving Kiryu the respect that he deserves. So the split I was talking about earlier that I've never been able to PB out of my even PS4 version is this one. I set this PB on PS4 and this split on PS4, I've never been able to beat the gold. Ever. Like, it was that ridiculously well optimized. I hate this split so much. Like, I love that. That scene is so brilliant. That is the last time we see Kuze. I love every Kuze fight. Like, Kuze 1 is a good introduction. Kuze 2 has the amazing intro, even if the fight itself is really pathetic. Alright, finale started for Kiryu. Kuze 3 is a bit... Kuze 3 is probably the most... not underappreciated, but Kuze 3 is probably the least dramatic of the lot. It's kind of just, hey, I'm Kuze, I'm here, I brought some friends. I got some brass knuckles. Let's have some fun. I kind of wish that was an Wano fight. I kind of really wish that was an Wano fight. That would be such a good Wano fight. And finale started. So, there's a big reason why I say you do not want to expend your heat before you come into this finale. The reason being the very start of Kiryu's finale. So, we go to the Shibuya Wharf to go and get Makoto back. Now, listen very carefully here. There are guys with guns. You want to go to Brawler, and you want to run. This is why you don't want to expend your heat. So that you can use that, listen out for the gun. Nice. And then just get on the ship and ignore everything else. Go after this guy. Try not to use his gun. We're going to use that in a bit. You can if you want. It's kind of better if you don't. If you can get everybody together like that to hit them with the sofas, it's even better. Hit this guy first, he's got the most HP. Oh, I didn't realize he was aggroed. If I realized he was aggroed, I wouldn't have thrown that. That's a bit slow. So. Damn, I don't know where the gun went. I was hoping the gun would stay so that I could use it against the gun guys here. Sofa. I don't know where the guns went again. That's upsetting. The guns are really fast here. Like, I know the sofa's obviously dealing with them in, like, a hit or two if we've already hit the people, but guns here really clear this room out so fast. Hey, Fatso. Hope you're doing good. You don't need this healing item. You do want to change to Rush, because even though the trigger point is here, we will be running a tiny bit here in this next segment. Yeah, guns generally do kill fast. Not wrong. So we want to go here to hit this trigger, but we also want to move over to the left. Here's another large lad. He can guard a lot, but he likes attacking instead. So we want to intentionally lead him over here to these chairs and hopefully a table. The tables are slightly better. And again, do not expend your heat coming out of this fight. I hate it when he does that. Ah, that sucks. I shouldn't have dodged, because then he wouldn't have knocked me back into a wall. That was my fault. That was a mistake. Okay, so now, again, as you'll see in front of us, there's another guy holding a barrel. So this is what I like to call Gun Corridor 1. For the reasons you can probably imagine. This guy actually doesn't have that much HP, but you still want to get rid of him fast. We're going to switch to Rush because of its multiple quick steps. I should go off the okay. That's fine. I just wanted him. I wanted him gone. Did the gun? It did. It glitched through the wall. That can happen. And it will probably happen before we're out here. Oh, I was hoping to hit this guy first. But what you want to do is you want to get to the end of Gun Corridor there and get a gun so you can take care of everyone. Look at their HP right now. I should heal. If I die, this is going to be a problem. And I'm a little scared of these guys, not going to lie. So I like that guy because he'll always usually start this fight off by doing that, and you can get some free hits on him. They like to guard a lot, and you saw that they have a fair bit of hyper armor. You can use heat moves here if you want, because we're going to be getting our heat back. But remember that your damage depends on how much heat you have because of Golden Fist. So ideally, try not to. Nice. Say hello to Gun Corridor 2, the real reason why I healed. So hopefully I can get this right. Go through here. By doing this, they will hopefully all run together. Beautiful. Sometimes the AI doesn't do that. It depends on how fast you get through. It can be a little awkward when one of them is looking at you with a gun and the others just don't care. And of course, change back to Beast before we go into the final fight. And I managed to almost be at full heat for that. That's pretty good. Now, Majima's side of things. So, again, small enclosed space, breaker style, bit of furniture. Again, try and stick close to groups of enemies together. We'll go after this guy in the corner first because we can take care of him and the others will run towards us, or we can take him out afterwards. Okay, the other guy is aggroed, which is good. Hopefully he runs towards us fast. On the other side of this door is 3 large lads. Start attacking as soon as you go through. Unfortunately, that can happen where they have a lot of hyper armor and they'll just stop you. It's whatever. That's going to cause us to lose a little bit of time. Just Yoshi left. It's not too bad. It's the hyper armor again. I should probably have, like, dodged out of the way, but then you can see, like, times like that. So, cancel out. Remember when I said in the first chapter to remember this set stairs? Dodge past so you don't get knocked down, and there you go. Bye. So we're gonna kick down this door. We're going after, of course, the gun guy first. You all know the rules. Gun guys come first. We aren't gonna use the gun. Not this gun, at least. I was hoping that would kill with the stall, but oh well. So, this next part is where this bit will PB or not PB. We have a big group of enemies. Watch out for the sword guy. And this guy with a shotgun. That's not good. I did not complete my combo. The longer this takes, the worse it can be for you. Needs to be brawler to pick up a weapon. Oh, do not tell me it's glitched out. Do not tell me. It's gone into the dead zone of the plant. Oh, it's annoying. You can use that gun, that shotgun, to take care of everybody in 2 hits. I'm very upset about that. Ooh, can I maybe move it with some buddies? Okay, you'll want to come over here so I can kick this gun. No, I just pushed it into the wall. No, never mind. Let's just end the enemy. I just made it even worse. Never mind, I suppose. But, like, this is going to lose us like a minute. Look how long this is taking, and imagine that you can take care of everybody in 2 shotgun hits. Normally, the shotgun does either go through a wall or fall through the floor. I don't know why. And now, say hello to the worst set of enemies in this finale. The guy in the middle doesn't care about being shot, so it doesn't matter if you use these guns. He has 2 friends that do have guns, so, you know. Get rid of them. And he loves his wrestling. He loves to do stuff like flying DDTs. Which we don't want, because that will just mess us up completely. So we're just going to try and... Couldn't get into his guard. I should have dodged. We really want to try and keep our heat if possible. But at this point... I hate this guy. Look at the hyper armor. Now, reminder, you don't have any healing items, so get your one and only healing item of the game right here. That guy is like, my voice keeps going here, I don't know what's going on. That guy is easily the worst normal enemy for Majima. Like, he has a ridiculous amount of hyper armor, decides to do wrestling moves and just doesn't care. And if one of those 2 gun guys decides to walk the other way, you're just gonna get shot in the middle of a combo when trying to take care of the other gun guy. And here is the wonderful man himself. I wish he had more presence in this. Like, his out-of-fight presence is really good. And this is why I kind of wish that Kuze 3 was a Wano 1. Because this is the only time you fight a Wano. And it's such a cool fight. Also, old man grunting noises. But outside of the like 3 lieutenants, he's easily the least developed, and you don't get to see him much, and it sucks. Because Wano's awesome. This is a damn good fight. Despite the fact that this is the only Wano fight, it is very good. What are we looking at? About a minute to do this fight. Yeah, that's probably not happening. Depends how lucky we get. So with a Wano, we're going to run towards him. A bit to the left, because we want to push him. Yes, good. This is good. Towards this furniture. Look at its HP. Look at it all disappear. So again, Nishani strap. He stays down because he's a larger enemy because of all the furniture. And again, let's hope we can get another combo off because he is very weak at the minute. This is good. He has a mid-fight QTE that does not do damage. But it's nasty. If this hits you on Legend, you're practically dead. Like, it's such a cool QTE. Nice so far. I was hoping I'd hit him into that. Getting a little stuck with furniture. Or the scenery even. Not good, not good, not good. The hyper armor. No, Wano, stop this. Yeah, you can see that even though, like, we're ahead because of that, like, you saw, like, how quickly that time was disappearing. Like, I haven't beaten that since I was on PS4. That Wano split is the most disgusting split I've ever set in a Yakuza game. Anyway, Laogi. This fight can go one of two ways. Amazingly well, or really bad. We can still lose a minute to this fight. We have to be careful. Again, one of those that we really desperately don't want to get the heat mode early. So we want to attack straight away because you are perfectly positioned to push Laogi into all the furniture, which again, yeah, you saw how well it worked with Wano. Oh no, he got up. Okay, I'm glad I got him to the floor. We cannot let him get his heat mode off. This is very bad. I need to do as much damage as I can here before he gets up. Break his guard, please. No. Oh, that's early. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Replace that furniture. Potion. No, that's early. Okay. This is bad. I'm gonna have to actually fight Laogi. I shouldn't have let him get up, but I did. So congrats, you'll actually get to see this fight for once. We don't normally because we come into this fight on 1 HP. So this Laogi likes to run up walls, and that's why we dislike doing this fight. Keep him locked down. Oi. Alright. I mean, if you just want to taunt me, I'm just going to go behind you and kick you. Yeah, again, that's why. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's the end of Majima. Final boss time. Oh boy. So I have a set way that I start this fight. It's when it goes into phase 2 that is scary. Very scary. That's the reason I pick up extra healing. Well, sub 4's not happening this run. I can't believe we're actually getting this close to sub 4. It's kind of disgusting. So, start attacking straight away. You can catch Shibusawa in an attack. Do not use your heat, as you know, because you're going to let him get up and hit you. Essence of the Beast Torment. Bye-bye, HP Lock. Shibusawa is now in range for phase 2. Build up that heat. Yeah, Just let it go, let it go, let it go. If you keep punching there, you're gonna delay going into this phase. And that's why you're doing well. Watching Sub 4 live on the stream next week? Well, here's an interesting one for you. Next week, probably Monday or Tuesday. I'd like to get the table if possible. Either Monday or Tuesday, I will be doing a speedrun stream. It will last probably around... That's bad. I might... Essence of the Beast Torment, actually. No, that's early. I don't like that. Oh dear. I will be doing a Yakuza speedrun stream where I will be speedrunning Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami, Yakuza Kiwami 2, Yakuza 6, Yakuza Dead Souls, and Judgment. All in one go. It will last probably around 24 hours, honestly. Maybe about 23. That's early. I did not want to do that. I gotta do damage. I gotta hopefully get his HP down. He's gonna go into the QTEs. Drop it, drop it, drop it. Oh, he's not. Excuse me, Shiba-sama? I wonder if that's enough to skip the QTE phase. So, depending on the damage that Shiba-sama has taken, you can actually skip an entire phase of this QTE. I don't think it's going to happen because his HP's not going down. It might with this, but we'll see. Nope. No, we didn't skip it, so we're going to lose a bit of time here, I think. Actually, we might not. It's going to be close. This wasn't a good No, we're not, look. This wasn't a good Shiba-sama fight. But you can skip that entire phase if you get him to low HP before that. That's why I wasn't happy with the phase transition. God damn. That's destroying a PB, alright?